By part 4, emotions are no longer easily contained. Bella's healing has taken on a life of its own, and Jasper is finding it harder to shield her from the flood of feelings she carries. The golden moon rises, secrets surface, and choices are made that will change everything. Healing has consequences and so does trust. So I take it things didn't go well. Angela asked after we pulled back onto the main road. I shook my head. Everything she told me was true. He spoke with her and broke up with her, and he doesn't want to go see her. He says it's over and here's no point in seeing her anymore and that he wants to focus on a future with me instead of the past with her. What? Angela looked at me, surprise all over her face. That sounds like a great thing to me. I mean, they both know it's over and he clearly wants to be with you. The way you looked when you came out, I thought he'd said the exact opposite. I don't understand why you're so unhappy. I looked at her morosely. If he doesn't see her now, how will I know how he'll react when he does see her again? Angela sighed. Bella, she sounded like she was talking to a 5-year-old, the longer you two are together, the stronger your bond and the less likely she is to have any impact if he eventually sees her. I think you need to cut him some slack and relax a little. You're letting her get into your head. She can't possibly know what's going to happen in the future. If I didn't feel like my world was ending, I would have laughed. Without knowing, Angela just made the best joke ever. Alice can't possibly know what's going to happen in the future. Ha ha ha. In any normal human relationship, Angela's advice would have been right on the money, but there were so many things about this situation that she didn't understand. Chief among them that Alice actually could see the future. That, combined with the fact that Jasper and Alice had been together for decades, made it absolutely impossible for me to feel certain about anything. Just how strong of a bond could Jasper and I develop to compete with the bond they formed while they were together? I know it doesn't seem to make sense, Angela. I don't know how to explain it. I just know until he sees her and comes back to me, I won't feel like it's really over between them. I think you're just being stubborn and pretty foolish. You have to trust the person you love. Instead, you're listening to his ex-girlfriend. Clearly she has all the incentive to mislead you and plant the seeds of doubt. You can't let her get away with that. I looked down at the car floor without saying anything. There was nothing I could say to explain to Angela why I felt the way I felt. I heard her frustrated sigh. She pulled out her cell phone and made a call. Ben, hey, we're going back to Bella's house. Can you and Mike pick up her truck and meet us there? I don't think she should be driving and she'll need it tomorrow. Thanks. See you soon. She turned to me. The boys will bring your truck back. My parents have a function at church tonight and I have to babysit for the twins, so I can't stay with you much longer. Will you be okay? Should I call someone to be with you? Maybe Jessica. I winced at the thought. I couldn't tell Jessica anything unless I wanted it broadcast from the rooftops, and there was no way Jessica could see the state I was in without demanding an explanation. I was much better off alone. I shook my head. No, I'll be all right by myself. I need to think, anyway. Thanks for everything. Today, and the last few weeks. I am so lucky to have you as my friend. We're lucky to have each other, Bella. I know you would do the same for me. But I think I would actually listen to your advice. And you need to listen to mine. If you really love Jasper, if he really makes you happy, then you need to focus on that and not let anyone else get in the way. Angela pulled up in front of my house and we went inside. A short time later the doorbell announced Mike and Ben's arrival. They came in, Mike handing me my bag and the keys to the truck, which I dropped into the bag before setting it at the foot of the stairs. I offered everyone drinks. I really can't stay, Bella, Angela said. I'm sorry. Ben, can you take me home? My parents are probably freaking out because I'm not there yet. Sure, Ben said. Hope you feel better, Bella, he told me. Mike, are you coming? Angela asked pointedly. He avoided looking at her. Don't worry about me. I'll go in a minute. Mike. Angela's voice held a warning. I could tell she didn't want to leave me alone with him. I looked at him just in time to see him glance up at me, full of concern, and I knew it would be fine. I had nothing to worry about with Mike. "It's okay, Angela," I said. She searched my face and, apparently satisfied with what she saw, turned towards the door. "I'll be home all night," she said over her shoulder. "Call me if you need to talk." "I will," I assured her. "Thanks." Ben and Angela closed the front door behind Tim as they left, and it was just Mike and me. I realized that this was the first time he had been inside my house. I wasn't uncomfortable, exactly. But the situation felt a little strange. "Do you want to sit down?" I asked, pointing to the couch. We walked over to it and sat down together. "Are you all right?" he asked, his eyes holding mine. I took a deep breath. "No, but I'm better than I was earlier." For some reason I needed to be honest. He looked a bit uneasy, like he was waging an internal battle as to whether he should say something. "You don't have to tell me anything," he finally said, "but is there anyone I need to send a message to for you?" "I mean, I know what you mean," I quickly interjected, "and thank you. But there's no need for anything like that." "Thank God." Mike looked visibly relieved. "You had me really scared there for a while. I'd never seen anyone so I don't know broken." Broken. That sounded horrible, but also right. I felt broken. "I'm sorry I scared you. And I wanted to thank you for what you did for me earlier. You didn't have to be that nice. I really appreciate it. It was nothing, Bella. I wish I could have done more." "No, everything you did was perfect. Calling Angela was perfect. I owe you. You don't owe me anything, but if you want to do something for me, then just try to feel better. And let me know if there's anything else I can do to make that happen. 'Cause the worst thing for me is seeing you like this, so sad." "I can't promise to feel better, Mike. There are things going on that make that very difficult. But I'll try, okay?" He looked at me skeptically, like he didn't believe I was capable of trying, but instead of commenting he said, "My parents know you couldn't work today. I know you were on the schedule for tomorrow. Should I tell them that you're still not feeling well? I could take your shift." I hated taking this easy way out. But I didn't want to have to work tomorrow night. I needed to get together with Jasper and come to some sort of a resolution, and the sooner I did it the better. "Thanks, Mike. I'd really appreciate that. I could take your shift Wednesday," I offered. "Sure. Whenever you're ready." He stood up. "Well, I guess I'd better go. I don't want Angela on my back tomorrow for overstaying my welcome. But you can call me if you need anything." "I will," I said, standing up as well. "And thanks again for being there for me today, for everything you did and the way you did it." I stepped in closer to him and put my forehead on his shoulder. It felt like the kind of personal contact that couldn't be misinterpreted as anything other than friendly. "It really means a lot." He wrapped his arms around me in a loose hold. "You're welcome," he said in a low, soothing voice. "Get better. I'll see you tomorrow at school, right?" I nodded against his shoulder and we stood in the semi-hug for a few more seconds. Then he stepped back and headed for the door. "Bye, Bella," he said as he stepped out. "Bye, Mike." When the door closed behind him I sighed and went upstairs, throwing my bag into my room. I went to the bathroom and examined my reflection. I looked awful. My eyes were red and puffy, and the skin on my face was splotchy. I swallowed a couple of Advil and wet a washcloth to put over my eyes and hopefully reduce some of the swelling. I could only imagine what Charlie would think when he came home and saw me like this. As I lay on my bed with the washcloth over my eyes, I tried to make sense of everything that happened this afternoon. Alice, of course, had every right to be angry with me and Jasper. I still couldn't believe he had broken off their relationship over the phone. I wouldn't have believed Jasper was capable of such a cruel and thoughtless act, especially after we had already discussed it on the way back from Seattle. Then again, I knew his state of mind last weekend had not been normal. He was trying to deal with his jealousy of Mike, however unreasonable, and his frustration with Laurent, and with not being able to see me. Faced with the prospect of possible failure of catching Laurent by himself and having to call in Emmett for help, It made a little more sense that he wanted Alice to know about the change in his feelings before she heard it from Emmett. Still, if he had only waited a day, it all would have turned out differently, maybe just differently enough for Alice's visions to change. Or maybe it would have turned out worse. What if he hadn't called her and everything that night happened as it had anyway? What if we had kissed while he and Alice were still together? Would she have been even angrier? Would the guilt of that be enough to someday drive us apart? The sheer intensity of Alice's anger hit me hard this afternoon. I suppose I should have expected it, but her reaction was so completely different from anything I've ever felt own her before that it came as a complete shock. I didn't blame her, of course. I could only imagine how I would have felt in her place. And, at least with respect to my actions, she hadn't said anything I haven't thought of myself. Even her vision of Jasper leaving me and returning to her was an existing fear of mine. My only resentment came from her calling Jasper weak and needy, because I knew that couldn't be further from the truth. But I also knew those were the words of a woman desperate to believe her mate had been led astray instead of intentionally betraying her. It hurt to think of Ice and the rest of the Cullens hating me for driving them away from their home and for stealing Jasper. It was all justified, but hard to take. At one time I had imagined myself as part of their family, paired up with Edward for an eternity. I still couldn't believe how much things had changed. I no longer found it possible to see myself with anyone other than Jasper. And I knew what he meant that night on the yacht. It was horrible to know how much I was hurting the entire Cullen coven by being in a relationship with Jasper, but their feelings weren't enough to stop me. I loved Jasper too much to give him up just to assuage someone else's pain. The real question, of course, was could I live with the pain I would suffer if Alice's vision came true and Jasper left me for her? I thought about the conversation he and I had about my becoming a vampire. Though it was not his preferred option, he had been willing to be with me if I remained human. He had been willing to wonder every day if that was the last day we had together. But in his case, if I was ever gone, it would be due to an accident or other natural causes. I would have never left him by choice. And I would have never asked him to suffer so much for me. Now I had a similar choice to make. Could I live every day knowing that it might be our last, that this might be the day Jasper decides to leave me for another? I just wasn't sure. As my thoughts kept spinning in the same circles I must have dozed off, because suddenly I was startled awake by the sound of a car door closing. Charlie must have just gotten home. Lee pulled off the washcloth and turned to my side so that most of my face was hidden from anyone entering the room. As I expected, a few minutes after he walked into the house, Charlie came upstairs to check on me. "Everything all right, Bells?" he asked from the door. "Yeah, Dad, I just have a headache. Do you want me to bring you up some dinner?" "No, I'm okay, thanks. I'll come downstairs if I want something later." Charlie closed the door and headed back downstairs. My bag started to hum. I looked at it warily. Finally I sighed, got up, brought the bag over to the bed and pulled out the vibrating cell phone. This time I recognized the number, so I flipped it open and pressed the on button. "Hi Jasper," I whispered. "Was that just for Charlie's benefit, or are you really not feeling well? You're watching me. After what happened this afternoon, how could I stay away? I should have been angry with him, but I didn't have the energy. Can I come up to see you?" I considered his request. I really wanted to see him. But I wasn't sure I was ready, and I knew I wouldn't be able to think with him in the room. "Not tonight," I said. He didn't respond for a long while. "Can we talk?" he finally asked. "It's not a good idea right now. I still haven't figured out how I feel about everything. You seemed pretty sure of your feelings yesterday. Did things really change so much today that it put all that into doubt?" "No, yes, I don't know, the way I feel about you hasn't changed, but the way I feel about us may have. I don't know if I'm strong enough to be in a relationship where I'm so uncertain. I don't know how I could ever survive if you left me to go back to." "Bella, I will never leave you," Jasper said forcefully. "But how can I be sure? You haven't seen Alice in over a month. You've forgotten a lot of things that might resurface if you were to see her again. I could say the same thing about you and Edward. No, you couldn't. Edward left me, he hurt me, he and I had only been dating for a few months. You and Alice have been mates longer than my father has been alive, and she still loves you and wants to be with you. You never even left her, Jasper. Not really. You just stayed behind and then I found you and this thing between us happened. Love, Bella, it's not a thing that happened. We fell in love. I finally found my true soulmate, the other half of my heart. I cringed at his choice of words. It would have been too cruel to point out he didn't have a heart. At one point you thought Alice was your soulmate, I reminded him, instead. He sighed in frustration. And at one point you thought Edward was your true love. So we both made a mistake our first time around. Do we have to suffer for those mistakes forever? This is different. It feels so right and powerful it almost scares me. It's all-consuming. Damn it. Don't tell me you don't feel it, the cosmic connection between us. It's like we were made for each other. Of course I feel it. How can I not feel that? If I didn't, could I do what I did to Alice and the rest of your family? Do you think I take the pain I caused all of them lightly? But just because what we have betway is powerful doesn't mean that Alice's vision is wrong. We don't know what's to come between us. We don't know how we'll be tested. And I won't really know that you made a fully informed choice about leaving Alice until you can do it with her in person. Bella, you know I would do anything you asked of me, but not that. Please do not ask me to do that. It's the only way. No, there is another way. It's called trust. You can trust yourself enough to place your faith in me and trust me when I tell you I am done with Alice forever, and am completely and totally committed to you. I sighed. Clearly this wasn't an issue we were going to resolve tonight. I think maybe I'd better go, I said. I'm tired and we can't do this over the phone. We can't just leave it like this. Please, let me come over. No, it's too late to do this tonight. I need to go to sleep and that'll be hard enough with everything that's happened. Bella, you know I can help you sleep, I can help you feel better. Just let me go over. Jasper, no, I know what you're saying is true, but if you're here it will just confuse me. You withheld something pretty important and I'm trying to deal with that, as well as with what Alice told me. I really need to sort things out for myself and I can't do that when I'm around you. I need you to give me a little space and time. Silence stretched between us like a thick curtain. Even without him saying anything, I could sense his frustration. Finally, he spoke. All right, I'll back off tonight, but we can't put this off forever. Can I see you tomorrow? Yes, I switched shifts with Mike, so I can come over to your house after school. I know we need to resolve this, Jasper. I just can't do it tonight. My voice sounded defensive. I hated fighting with him and hated even more feeling like I was the bad guy for delaying the discussion. He must have sensed my frustration. I'm sorry, Bella, I'm being a jerk about this. His voice was softer, apologetic and conciliatory. I know Alice put you through the ringer today and you must be exhausted, both physically and emotionally. Sometimes I forget that you don't have unlimited energy like I do. Get some rest, darling. And we'll talk about this tomorrow. Everything will look better in the light of day, you'll see. Thank, Jasper, I said, genuinely grateful. I'm going to go now. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be waiting. Good night, Bella. Good night, I said softly and hit the off button. I shoved the phone back in my bag and lay back on my bed in the dark, staring at the ceiling I could not see. I ached everywhere. More than anything I wanted to reach back for the phone and ask him to come inside, to lie down next to me and hold me and sing me to sleep. But that would just put off the inevitable. Because sooner or later I would have to deal with this. I would have to decide how much uncertainty I could live with to be with Jasper. How much doubt about the future could my love for him overcome? With a heavy heart I swung my legs off the bed and got up. Walking carefully in the dark I moved to my dresser and got out my toiletries. I went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. Surprisingly, I saw that the washcloth had worked a bit of magic. My eyes didn't hurt as much and some of the swelling had gone down. I actually had a shot at looking almost normal tomorrow. When I was done I called my good night to Charlie and went back to the bedroom. I changed my clothes in the dark and crawled into bed. Without Jasper to snuggle up against or talk to, it took me forever to fall asleep. A forever of replaying the events of the day with no resolution. And after I finally fell asleep I dreamt of a crimson-eyed vengeful Alice, hunting me through the forest behind my house. I'd wake up, just as she caught me and was about to drain me of my blood, then I'd toss and turn for a while, then fall asleep again only to have the dream start over. I woke up tired after my restless night's sleep and felt so alone. I missed hearing Jasper's voice, missed feeling him next to me. His absence left a palpable void. I was painfully aware that this is what every day would feel like if we weren't together. If he ever left me. I thought for a moment about calling him, but that would have been the equivalent of using a crutch, and I needed to see if it was possible for me to stand and walk by myself. I took care of my morning toilet, grabbed a quick breakfast and drove to school. Pulling into the parking lot, I saw that Angela, Ben and Mike were already there, waiting for me. I breathed a small sigh of relief. While I always knew the three of them would be there for me throughout the day, it was comforting to see a show of force right from the start. Plus, because the boys didn't know the reason for my behavior yesterday, I wouldn't have to face any tough questions about Jasper from Angela until later in the day. I parked the truck, put on my best fake smile, and walked over to meet my friends. I saw that the three of them watched me carefully, presumably to make sure I had recovered from yesterday's breakdown. "I'm all right, you guys," I told them before anyone could ask. We turned in unison and started walking towards the school. "You look great, Bella," Mike said, somewhat surprised. I turned to him, a genuine smile replacing the fake one. "Thanks. I tried some homeopathic post-breakdown remedies." "Yeah?" he asked, curiously. "Like what?" "Oh, I couldn't reveal my secrets. They might get into the wrong hands." "I see," he said lightly. "Well, I'll let it go for now. But the next time I need help after a crying binge you'd better tell me what to do. After all, you owe me one, remember?" I punched his shoulder playfully. Mike was always good at making me laugh, even when there was nothing in my life to laugh about. Before our first class started, Angela pulled me aside to ask me if I was really all right. I told her that I was as all right as I could be under the circumstances, and that I still hadn't made up my mind what to do about Jasper. She rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated with me, and left for her seat. I had to admit I was a little puzzled by Angela's reaction. She seemed so determined that I should stay with Jasper. Then again, she didn't and couldn't know all the facts. There was no way to tell her that Alice could see the future without making myself sound completely crazy. Still, a part of me wondered if her advice would be any different if she knew the truth. Because I was still confused and Angela seemed so set on convincing me to see things her way, I actually decided to skip lunch. I was starving, not having eaten dinner the night before, but if I went to the cafeteria to get food I would have no good reason to leave again. I decided that hunger pangs were preferable to facing Angela's disapproval, so I found an empty classroom and sat down, resting my arms and head on the desktop. A few minutes later I heard the door open and I looked up to see Mike entering the room. "Hiding out from us?" he asked cautiously. I gave him a half smile, but I knew he could see the guilt on my face. "I thought you might be hungry," he said, placing a sandwich, banana, cookie and a milk carton in front of me, "so I got you a nice nutritionally balanced meal." He cracked a goofy grin, which disappeared almost immediately as he asked, "Do you want me to leave you alone?" I looked at the food in front of me gratefully, then tore open the sandwich wrapper and started eating. "No," I said between bites. "Please stay. Just don't ask about yesterday, okay?" "Sure." He sat down in the row next to me, took out his own food and started eating as well. For a while we ate in silence. "So," he asked eventually, "should we just do our homework or something? Or is there any subject that's safe to talk about? Like, Have you applied to any colleges yet? I looked over at him, startled. The truth was I hadn't even thought about college applications. I'd been so wrapped up in my life with vampires, college hadn't even made it onto the radar screen. And, of course, if I was going to become a vampire, college would not be part of my future plans, at least not for a while. But what if I stayed human? What if Jasper left and I actually had to live my life as nature intended? Shouldn't I at least think about what I would do in that instance? Hadn't I better plan for that possibility? No, I said, feeling self-conscious about my lack of initiative. Have you? Yeah, my parents wanted me to get an early start. They're hoping I can get early acceptance into one of my top choices so we don't have to stress out about it all year. Oh, I said, what are your top choices? He told me where he hoped to go to school and his plans to major in business. I hadn't known that Mike wanted to go to business school and eventually get an MBA. He confessed that his parents wanted him to take over the store someday, but that he wanted to leave Forks and work for one of the Fortune 500 companies, making his way up the corporate ladder. Given my relative lack of future plans, I was completely impressed by the way he had his life path completely MP-ped out. Maybe by the time your parents are ready to hand the store over to you, you could be a tycoon of industry and turn it into a successful chain. I suggested. He smiled, a guilty sort of smile. That may have been part of the plan, too. He paused for a moment. You don't seem freaked out by all this. You don't think I'm weird to have thought that far ahead? Weird? No, I think it's smart to think ahead, very mature. I'm actually really impressed. He looked a little embarrassed, but also pleased. Thanks. I haven't really told anyone about this. I think most other kids don't. She really think too far ahead and wouldn't understand. I'm glad you're not like that. And what about you? What are you going to major in? I shrugged noncommittally. Honestly, I'm one of those people who really hasn't thought about it much. I'm not really sure what I want to do. I do like cooking. Maybe I should go to culinary school instead of college. That sounds like a good plan. I think the Art Institute of Seattle has some culinary programs. And if you want to go out of state, I'm sure there are great schools out east or in California. You should look into it. Yeah, I think I will. Geez, about time I started thinking about my future, I guess. I was somewhat surprised to realize that I was really looking forward to researching culinary schools. For whatever reason, it had never occurred to me that my interest in cooking could lead to a career, but now that the idea had been planted, it sounded strangely exciting. It also sounded very human. Cooking was one of a few careers where a vampire, without the ability to actually appreciate the nuances of flavors in human food, would be at a total disadvantage. The bell rang and we both looked up, startled. We smiled and gathered up our stuff to head out to our next class. I tried to concentrate on school for the rest of the afternoon, but my thoughts were constantly occupied with Jasper and how to resolve the impasse created by Alice's vision. There just wasn't any way to compromise. One of us would have to give in for the two of us to be able to move forward together. For the first time since that first Thursday I had gone to see Jasper. I did not rush to my truck after school. In fact, I took longer than usual to gather my books and walked slowly to the parking lot. On the way to Jasper's, I actually observed every speed limit. Last night Jasper had been confident that the problems would seem easier in the light of day, but this certainly wasn't the case for me. In fact, in the light of day the problems seemed that much more insurmountable. I had a clear view now of all the sacrifices I would have to make in order to be with Jasper, and I wasn't sure that I was selfless enough to make these sacrifices with the shadow of uncertainty looming before us. Jasper was waiting for me in front of the house as I knew he would. He opened the door to the truck as soon as I parked and pulled me into his arms. We embraced for the longest time, neither one of us moving or saying anything. "How are you?" he asked eventually. "I've been better," I admitted. "I missed you last night and this morning." He kissed my forehead. "I missed you too, darlin', so much. It took a lot of restraint to give you the space you needed yesterday. It felt like you had a rough night." I looked up at him. I suppose I should have known he wouldn't really leave me. He had been somewhere close the entire time. I had nightmares, I admitted. About Alice. He must have overheard me talking in my sleep. Sometimes I really hated that trait. Even if no one could read my mind while I was awake, my body betrayed me by revealing my thoughts as I slept. Yes, there was no point denying it. She was hunting me. Hearing it said out loud, it almost sounded comical. But it sure hadn't felt that way last night. He hugged me closer. You should have called me. I could have helped you sleep. I lowered my head and pressed my face into his chest. It's not good for me to be so dependent on you. I need to handle things by myself, just like any other human. Why put yourself through pain unnecessarily, Bella? Next fall, when you're a vampire, you won't need these coping skills you're trying to hone. Why not just let me make things easier for now? I didn't answer. I knew I had to tell him, but I was so afraid. How could I make him understand that I was no longer sure about anything? I couldn't be sure we would be together next week, much less next fall. And I definitely couldn't be sure of my decision to become a vampire. Alice's vision made long-term planning impossible. I could only know that Jasper was mine in this moment, and I wasn't sure if that would ever be enough. The future stretched before me, hazy, unfocused and painfully uncertain. Without any insight if I would be facing it together with him or alone. I looked up and saw him watching me carefully. Let's go inside, he said. We need to talk. We turned and walked into the house together. In the living room we both sat on the sofa. Neither of us knew how to start, what to say. I stared down at my hands folded in my lap. Finally, I couldn't stand the tension anymore. Jasper, I want you to know that I do believe that you love me and that you want to be with me. I believe all of the things you've told me about wanting to have a future with me. And I believe that you believe that your relationship with Alice is over and that you would never leave me. His face twisted into a scowl, but he didn't interrupt. But even before Alice called, I felt that you needed to see her again to know your relationship was truly over. And now that she told us about her vision, it's all the more important that you go back. If you see her and come back to me, I'll know that you were able to leave her. If you don't, I'll always wonder. Jasper got up and started pacing the living room. As he moved I could see the rage building up higher and higher. Suddenly he stopped, turned to me and exploded into a tirade against Alice so venomous and filled with curses it made me cringe. I had never heard him speak this way before. I didn't try to interrupt or respond. I sat there, frightened, and listened while he railed, waiting for him to stop. Are you finished? I asked quietly when he was finally silent for a few uninterrupted minutes. Maybe. He was still belligerent. Can't you see this is exactly what she wants? Why do you think she called you? She tried to get me to leave you to go see her already, and when that didn't work she called you to help her accomplish her task. She's manipulating you, Bella, and she's doing a masterful job of it as always. She has you eating out of her hand just like everyone else. Well, not me, Bella. Not anymore. This isn't about me being certain that it's over between me and her. It's never been about that, because she knows damn well it's over. No, this is about control. If she can get me to leave you, she will be in control of me, of you. Of the two of us together. She will be the puppet master pulling both of our strings. I can't let her do that to me again. Why, Jasper? Even if what you say is true, why can't you go to her one last time for me? So what if it gives her the feeling of control? If you come back to me, her control will be gone anyway. Really, Bella, do you really believe that? And what happens the next time she calls you about one of her visions? Or what if she calls again about this vision and tells you that I'll go back to her even though I've come back to you? Will that one visit to her dissipate all doubt for you? Or will there be a lifetime of tests to prove that Alice's visions for our future have no basis in reality? He stepped towards me and got down on one knee in front of me so that he could look straight into my eyes. Don't you see, darling? Once we take one step down this road we will never be able to go back. We will spend forever looking over our shoulders for the boogeymen from Alice's visions. We need to establish trust between us right from the start. We need to believe in ourselves and our devotion to each other more than we believe in anything else, including Alice and her visions. But don't you see, Jasper? If you don't go to see her in person now, I will wake up every morning asking if this is the day you're going to leave me for her. I can't live like that. I've been abandoned once before, and I can't go through that again. Please don't ask me to take that sort of a risk for you. Just do this one thing for me and I'll never ask you for anything again. Bella, why are you placing conditions on this relationship? I've never asked you to meet any condition. I already watch you wake up every day wondering if this is the day I'm going to lose you. Yet I've never demanded to change you into a vampire before you're ready just to eliminate my fears. Still, you do want me to change. You want me to become a vampire so I can be less fragile. You want me to give up everything, my family, my friends, my human interests, all so that you don't have to worry about losing me. I would never demand that you change, Bella. I told you, whether or not you become a vampire will be entirely your choice. How can it be my choice, Jasper? What kind of a life would we have if I remained human? With you not aging we would have to move all the time. Which would mean starting my life over and over with new people in each location. I could never have a career, never have any lasting friendships. And then there would be the ever-increasing age difference. At some point people would start wondering why a 50 or 60-some-year-old woman was living with someone 30 or 40 years younger, and you might start wondering what you ever saw in me when I turn old and ugly. And then there would be the constant stress and anxiety. We'd start every day worrying that this would be the day when the whole house of cards life we'd built together would fall apart. Either because you left to go back to Alice or because I was in a car accident, or had a heart attack, or slipped and hit my head while crossing the street. What kind of a life would that be? Do you really think we could be happy that way? Always uncertain, always terrified of losing everything. And yet the alternative is equally unthinkable to me. What if I give up everything to give you that peace of mind? Give up my family and friends for my life with you, and you leave me anyway. What would I do if that happened, a lone nomad vampire without a coven? How would I be able to survive that? You ask me to give you my unconditional trust and yet you're not willing to grant me this one simple request. All because you are too proud to go back to see Alice one last time, too proud to risk not being in control. I suddenly realized it was useless. Neither one of us was going to give in. We would never find a compromise and we would never be able to meet each other's conditions. A sob broke from my throat. At least I found out now, while I was still human, before it was too late. I got up and started running for the door. Jasper caught me almost immediately and forced me to turn to face him. If I went back I would make Alice's vision come true, and you would never trust me again. I will not do that. I will not leave you. I can't make you stay and fight for this relationship, but I will never leave you. I am going to stay right here and hope like hell that you'll see reason and come back to me. And when you do, I'll be waiting and I'll be ready to be with you and love you just as much as I do right now. I'll be here for as long as it takes. I felt the tears streaming down my face. Unless you go back to see her, Jasper, it will never be long enough. And then I wriggled out of his grasp and made my way back to the truck. Nearly blinded by my tears, I drove onto the road that led from the clearing to the main highway. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't turn around or look in the rear view mirror. I was leaving the vampire world and the man I loved, this time by my own choice, to save myself, and there was no turning back. A few minutes after pulling out of the Cullen's driveway I pulled over on the side of the road and forced myself to take deep breaths and stop crying. I knew I couldn't continue this way. If I kept going, there would be no way to hide the fact that I'd been crying. And there was no way to explain the tears to Charlie. I needed to compose myself and behave in a way that didn't give any of my heartache away. After all, only Angela and Jake knew about Jasper. And I wasn't about to let anyone else in on the secret now that my relationship with him was over. Over. It was such a harsh word, perfect for the harsh reality of my life. Leaving Jasper had been the hardest, most painful thing I've ever done. Harder than leaving Phoenix to move to Forks, harder even than heading to the ballet studio to trade James my life for that of my mother. Both of those were acts of sacrifice for someone I loved. Tonight my actions were the exact opposite. Tonight I hurt someone I loved to avoid being hurt myself. It was an act of fear and cowardice. Yet I was incapable of doing anything different. No matter how much I loved Jasper, I couldn't walk with eyes wide open into a relationship that could as easily last a few hours as an eternity. I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that if I allowed myself to move forward with Jasper and he left me, I would end up just like Charlie, living in a mausoleum devoted to my dead relationship, pining for the lost love of my life. Unable to move forward or ever be happy again. A passing car startled me out of my thoughts. I looked at my watch and realized that I had been parked on the shoulder for nearly half an hour. It was getting late, and if I didn't get home soon Charlie would be worried. I started the truck and pulled onto the road, heading home. When I got home I didn't want to be alone, so I ate up my dinner and ate it in the living room while watching Monday Night Football with Charlie. He was surprised, but looked pleased too. During commercials we talked about school and his work and Jake. Charlie had talked to Billy over the weekend and somehow managed to secure permission for me to visit Jake after school tomorrow. I was excited. I missed Jake. All the while he'd been sick I didn't shake the feeling that something was far more wrong than Billy was letting on, so I was thrilled that I would finally have a chance to see him, evaluate things for myself, and hopefully be reassured that everything was, in fact, okay. I had another restless night filled with nightmares. This time the nightmares were different each time I fell back to sleep. One of them was about Alice, but I also dreamt about James in the ballet studio, about being left on the path by Edward, and about a bloodthirsty Laurent killing Mike as I watched and was powerless to stop him. When I woke up in the morning it felt like my mind had been determined to play a reel of the scariest, most painful moments I could possibly ever think of. There was only one person who was conspicuous from the dreams by his absence, Jasper. At school I went through the motions again. Angela caught me alone before first period and asked about Jasper. I told her that I broke up with him and she looked at me sadly, but did not say anything. I thought you'd be more disapproving, I said. Well, I think you made a wrong decision in not trusting Jasper, but I'd said from the beginning that this was going to be a very difficult relationship for both of you because of Edward and Alice. To make it work you would need a strong foundation, and if you don't trust each other, no matter how insignificant that lack of trust may seem, it could make you both miserable in the end. So if you really can't bring yourself to trust Jasper, then you're better off breaking up now instead of later. I looked at her carefully, not quite believing in what she was saying. Thanks, Angela. I admit it's not the reaction I was expecting, but I really appreciate it. She cocked her head to the side as she looked at me. I don't really care about Jasper, you know. I don't really even know him. You're my friend and in the end I just want you to be happy. I reached for her and hugged her tightly. Thank you so much. I wouldn't say breaking up with Jasper makes me happy. But staying with him and living each day with the uncertainty would make me miserable, so this is the better of the two alternatives. Just give it time. I know it's hard now, but with time it will get better. She squeezed me one last time before we separated and walked to class. At lunchtime I explained to Angela that I didn't want to eat with everyone. She asked if I wanted her company, but I didn't want to disrupt her and Ben's day. I could handle an hour alone with my thoughts. I grabbed some food from the line and left the cafeteria. Bella, Road Mike call before I could enter an empty classroom. I turned to face him. Mind if we eat lunch together again? I really enjoyed yesterday. Sure, I said reluctantly. But I'm not going to be much company today. I don't really feel like talking about anything. That's okay, he said with a smile as he held the classroom door open for me. I have a contingency plan. We settled in the same CTS as the previous day and set out our food. Then Mike reached into his book bag and pulled out 2 paperback novels. He placed one next to his food and handed me the other. I looked at the cover. It was called The Kill Artist by Daniel Silva. I wrinkled my nose. I picked up the book and held it for Mike to take back. Thanks, Mike, but I don't usually read these types of thrillers. Mike didn't take the book back. Look, we've got 40 minutes of lunch left and you don't feel like talking, so why not give it a try? I'll take it back if you don't like it. I shrugged. He was right. There was no harm in reading a little to see if I liked it. I glanced at the book again, then back at him, but he was already devouring his sandwich and reading his book. I turned to my desk, unwrapped my sandwich and followed his example. Soon I was caught up in a story of an art restorer who just happened to also be a trained assassin, and when the bell rang announcing the end of lunch I was genuinely surprised. I looked up to find a smiling Mike watching me. I had a feeling you might like it, he said. I do, I said, not quite able to keep the surprise out of my voice. Thanks. This was really thoughtful of you. Same time, same place tomorrow. I grinned. Okay, sounds good. We gathered up our stuff, throwing the food wrappers into the trash on our way out of the room and to our next class. With a jolt, I realized that instead of spending the entire lunch hour brooding about Jasper, I was able to completely lose myself in the novel. I grabbed Mike's upper arm and stopped him in the middle of the hall. He looked back at me with confusion. How did you know? I asked. He didn't seem at all surprised by my question. A little distraction can go a long way, he said. I'm glad it worked. Now let's go. We don't want to be late. I let go of his arm and followed him to class, feeling strangely peaceful inside. The calm didn't stay with me long and I thought about Jasper all through my afternoon classes. Second-guessing my decision and feeling generally miserable. I tried to maintain a neutral facade, but I could see by the concerned looks they kept throwing at me and exchanging between each other that Mike and Angela both saw through me. Angela asked if I wanted to do something with her and Ben after school, but I begged off, explaining that I was going to see Jake. She looked relieved that I had plans, and told me she'd see me tomorrow. I packed up my books and drove out to La Push. Jake must have heard my truck because he was walking out of the house when I pulled up. Despite the cold, he was only wearing a pair of sweatpants and a plain white t-shirt. I could have sworn he had grown some more since the last time I saw him. But the most startling difference was his hair. His wonderful long black hair was gone, replaced by a buzz cut. It gave him a more mature appearance, but I missed the familiarity of his former natural look. "Hey Bella," he said to me as I got out of the truck. The voice was the same, but the tone was different. He sounded more measured, serious, and older. The trademark lightness and constant undercurrent of humor were gone. Then again, he had just been pretty sick, and there was nothing funny about that. Maybe this change was only temporary. "Hi Jake," I said. I noticed the tone of my voice matched his, a bit more formal than we had ever been before. "How are you feeling?" "All right, I guess," he responded reluctantly. His behavior was different too. Normally he would have been dragging me into the house or out to the shed by now. Instead, we just stood there staring at each other. "You look pretty healthy," I pointed out. "And you got a new haircut." His hand moved up to his hair unconsciously and I could see he was still surprised by its absence. He covered by running his hand over the top of his head. "Yeah," he said, "it's easier to take care of this way." "Sure," I said, and I guessed I understood. Jake always had been a no-muss, no-fuss kind of guy. I just didn't think he ever thought of his long hair as high maintenance before. "So," I said after a brief and somewhat awkward silence, "I was really worried about you after the bonfire. I tried to call you many times but Billy never let me talk to you. Are you all better now?" He rubbed the back of his neck with his right hand as he thought about his answer. As really starting to feel uncomfortable. Our interactions had never been this stilted before. "I wouldn't say that, exactly. Turns out it's sort of a chronic condition." My eyes widened at the word chronic. It sounded so serious. "Oh my God," Jake, what is it? It's nothing for you to worry about, Bella. I pretty much have it under control. I just need to try to avoid stress, keep calm, that sort of thing. Is it like an ulcer? I dimly recalled stress causing ulcers, but I would have thought Jake was much too young to get one of those. No, he was looking away from me. It's more like if I get too stressed out or too angry I could get this kind of like a seizure. Like epilepsy. I frowned. I knew very little about seizures, but I knew enough to know they were serious. No, nothing like that. It's kind of a rare condition, genetic to our tribe. Really, it's nothing for you to worry about. His words were reassuring, but he was still standing so far away from me and looking so uncomfortable that I could not shake the unease I felt about his announcement, and the suspicion I had that his condition was far more serious than he was letting on. If it's a genetic thing, come Billy wouldn't let me come over to see you last week. He told everyone that what you had was contagious. Yeah, well, this thing that I have, at first it's hard to control and Billy just didn't want you to see me if I seized. It can be kind of scary if you're not expecting it. And dangerous. Dangerous. For you, you mean? Well, more like for people around me who might be too close. Oh, I get it. You might hit someone accidentally as you're falling or something. Jake was so huge that I could see how an accidental blow from him could inflict some serious damage on an unsuspecting bystander. Something like that. He still sounded so cagey. But you have more of a control of it now. It's okay for me to see you. I think so, he said. But it might be best if you stayed at a distance for a while, just to be sure. Quote, a distance. I was reminded of the beginning of my friendship with Jasper and the distance he felt he had to maintain for my safety. I couldn't believe this was happening again. Especially now, when what I needed more than anything was to get lost in one of Jake's friendly hugs. I suddenly realized that I didn't care about danger. I could handle a bruise or two if Jake started seizing while I was nearby. It would be a small price to pay to have that feeling of comfort that only he could provide. Jake, I asked tentatively, I don't want to keep a distance from you. Right now I could really use a hug. He looked at me carefully, as though seeing me for the first time today. He frowned. You don't look right, Bells. What's going on? Hug first, and then I'll tell you everything. He hesitated. I could tell this would be hard for him. I cursed the genetic defect that stole the absolute ease Jake and I had with each other before, when he wouldn't Avenue thought twice about grabbing my hand, or hugging me, or picking me up. Finally, he stepped closer to me and opened his arms. I stepped into them gratefully and circled my arms around his waist, N pulled back before he could wrap his arms around me. Holy crow. Jake, you're burning up still. We have to get you to a doctor. He looked down at me, just a little glint of the more familiar, amused Jake flashing in his eyes. Nah, Bella, it's just another symptom. I guess this thing increases my natural temperature. I blanched, my face scrunched in confusion. You mean you're constantly running a fever? Isn't that a sign of infection or something? That's dangerous. He laughed. At first it was a small laugh, but then it turned into the deep rumbling laugh I remembered, and I saw that the old Jake was back. Trust me, Bella, I'm fine. A little different than before, but fine. You should see the look on your face. I'm not dying, really. It's just a quileute thing. Now, come on over here. And get that hug that you were so eager for a minute ago. I looked at him carefully from beneath my lashes, not sure if I could trust this sudden change in his demeanor. He opened his arms and waved his hands in a beckoning gesture. Come on, Bella. If you hesitate much longer you're gonna give me a complex. Still a little reluctant, I stepped forward again and felt him wrap his huge arms around me, his chin resting on top of my head. I instantly felt like I was enveloped in a cocoon of warmth and security. I exhaled deeply and closed my eyes, a sense of calm flooding through me for the first time since Sunday afternoon. I pressed myself closer against him, my personal hothouse of serenity. The steady beating of his heart pounded in my ear, soothing me and further helping me block out thoughts of the outside world. Somehow here, In the circle of Jake's arms, all my problems disappeared. Bella. His voice sounded distant and I really did not want to respond. Bella, honey. The voice became more insistent. Hey, did you fall asleep in there? His chin lifted off the top of my head and I guessed he was looking down at me. I confirmed my suspicion when I looked up straight into his deep chocolate eyes. It felt like you got lost for a while, there. Where did you go? I shook my head. Nowhere. It's been a rough couple of days and just now I was able to forget all my problems, which was really nice. I don't suppose I could just stay in that hug forever. Jake's laugh reverberated through me. Well, in theory you wouldn't find me complaining, but in practice we do need to sleep, eat, shower and go to school. So forever may not be too practical. Yeah, I know. Wishful thinking, I sighed. I suppose taking the ostrich approach to my problems isn't really a good strategy. Nah, he said as he ruffled my hair playfully. Your neck isn't nearly long enough. Tell you what, why don't we go to the shed and you can tell me about it? You know, at Jake's repair shop I can fix just about anything, including you. You make me sound like an engine, I said resentfully. Well, you're as complicated and as temperamental as some engines I've worked on. I was exasperated, but in some ways exasperation was great. At least I wasn't crying. Reluctantly I followed him out to the shed and sat down next to him on a makeshift bench. So what's going on? Is this about the Cullen? I looked at him suspiciously. It was as though he was trying not to remember Jasper's name. Hale, I corrected him once again. How did you guess? Well, it seems like lately you've been as unhappy and in one way or another it's all been because of one of the Cullens. You know what, Bells? I think you should just stop seeing him and good riddance. I sighed. I had a feeling you were going to say that. Well, your wish is granted as of yesterday. Really? He looked over at me, surprised. Wow, good for you, Bella. That's great, he said as he pulled me into another hug. Even though I knew he never approved of my relationship with Jasper, I still found his enthusiasm at the news of my breakup very annoying. You know, Jacob, you could be a little more sensitive. It wasn't an easy thing to do. In fact, it really sucks. Sure, I understand, Jacob said absent-mindedly, and it was clear that he didn't understand at all. He was absolutely radiating happiness and something else. Something that surprised me. For whatever reason, he seemed to be relieved. So no sympathy, huh? No, gosh Bells, you must feel awful, or, do you need anything? Is there anything I can do? He had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. Do you feel awful? He asked. I nodded. I felt tears prickling at the corners of my eyes and blinked furiously trying to make them go away before they could escape onto my cheeks. He put his warm arm around my shoulders and pulled me to his side. Bells, I'm really sorry you feel bad. Honest. But he's not worth it. None of the Cullens are worth it. The best thing they ever did for this town was move away. Hopefully now that you've dumped him this one will leave too and we'll finally have some peace. Peace? What are you talking about? I asked, thoroughly confused. Jake dropped his arm and looked away. I could tell he was unhappy about what he had just said. Nothing. That whole family was just bad news. Bad news. Since when did you start to channel Billy? Since I found out that the old man might have actually known what he was talking about. Damn blue. He stopped speaking abruptly, realizing he had gone too far. He looked over at me quickly to gauge my reaction. My eyes opened wide in recognition. Finish what you were going to say, Jake. I said quietly. I wasn't. Don't patronize me. I heard you. Finish what you were saying. Bloodsuckers. He wasn't looking at me when he said it. You never believed those stories before, Jacob. All of a sudden you think they're real. Why? Never mind why. It's not important. All I know is that now I know the stories are real and the Cullens are dangerous. They're designed to kill humans. He was still looking away, so all I could see was his neck and powerful jawbone. But even without seeing his face, I suddenly knew exactly what he had been talking about when he told me he had a Quileute genetic chronic disorder. Realization washed over me like a tidal wave. Jacob, my best friend, was a werewolf. Oh my God, Jacob! I exclaimed, looking at him in horror. He turned back to me and recoiled upon seeing my expression. What's going on? What's going on? You're asking me what's going on? I feel like 10 months ago I dove head first into a rabbit hole, only instead of Wonderland I ended up in some Brothers Grimm fairy tale forest. Jake reached out to touch my forehead with his hand. Are you okay? Bells, you're raving. I swiped his hand away. Get off it, Jake. I know, okay, I know. Know what? He asked, but his tone was more cautious, as if he suspected what my answer would be. I know you're a werewolf. Even if he suspected I knew, his eyes still filled with shock. I'm right, aren't I? You shape-shift into a wolf just like Sam. And probably like Jared and Embry. Was that what happened at the bonfire? Is that why they dragged you away? How? He didn't finish his question because obviously the answer suddenly came to him. He told you, didn't he? So you know what they are. You've known all along. Jake, you're the one who told me last spring. I've known since then about the Cullens being vampires. And knowing that you still dated him. Them. You willingly and knowingly involved yourself with these killers. His tone was thick with derision. I recoiled as though he had slapped me. They don't kill people, Jake. You know they only drink animal blood. Don't be naive, Bella. They may be good at suppressing their urges, but at the core they're natural-born killers. They're not born, they're made. They had no choice in the matter, and they have trained themselves to resist their base urges. It hasn't been easy for them, but they do it because at the core they are good. You can't just ignore that. The hell I can't. He was full of hostility. If it wasn't for them being here, none of us would be wolves. There was a reason why although those old stories were myths, because for years there were no vampires in the AR. And so there was no need for my dad or any of his friends to phase. Then the Cullens decided to return and my friends and I have to suffer with this mutation to protect the tribe. So don't tell me what I can and can't ignore or think about them. I have the right to think whatever I damn well please. He turned away from me in apparent disgust. Listening to him I suddenly understood exactly how he felt and why he would never see the Cullens in the same way I did. His life was no longer his own because of them. No wonder he resented them so much and couldn't notice any of their redeeming values. Oh, Jake, I said sadly and put my arms around him. I'm so sorry. They didn't know. They still don't know. I'm sure if they did they would have never come back. They would never intentionally hurt anyone. Even as I was saying this I cringed internally. I knew, of course, how hard Edward had to work to resist hurting me upon my arrival in Forks. And then Jasper nearly killed me at my birthday party. But in the end the Cullens worked together to make sure no harm came to a human, and that was all that mattered. Jacob didn't answer but he didn't move away, either, so I continued to hold him, pressing myself into his back. Marveling at our role reversal. Usually he was the one comforting me. Tonight, for once, we both needed each other, and I would be there for him as he had been there for me so many times before. We didn't speak for a long time and slowly I felt the tension leave his body, his muscles relaxing. Finally he turned around and reached to pull me into a proper hug. I got a glimpse of his face and was surprised to see not the serious, more mature Jake, but the boy, looking confused and slightly lost. It'll be okay, Jake, you'll see. We'll figure it out somehow. I'll help in any way I can. He pulled away to look at me. The boy was gone. There's nothing you can do to help, Bella. All right, I nodded. Maybe there's nothing I can do. But I can listen. I can be here for you if you need me. Would you like to tell me about it? What is it like, becoming the wolf? He looked like he was struggling with whether he should tell me anything or not. Finally he started speaking. I can pretty much phase when I want to. But it can also come on suddenly if I feel angry or if I sense danger. Sam and the others have been working on controlling their emotions so that they don't phase unintentionally. Sam's the oldest, so he has the most experience and control. Jared's pretty good too. Paul, well, I'm not sure Paul will ever have total control. He's a hothead. I smiled. I was happy to hear a little bit of the Jake I knew seeping out through his words. What about you? I asked. Apparently I have the most control Sam's ever seen from someone so new to phasing. That first night, I was able to phase back to human form fairly quickly and easily. The others, well, they were trapped as wolves longer before they figured out how to phase back. That's good, Jake. I placed my hand on his huge bicep. Congratulations. He shrugged. It's nothing I did. I guess I was just born with more control. But I'm still dangerous to those around me. If I ever lost control and phased near anyone, I could hurt them. I could hurt you, he said softly as he looked down at me. I think my control is good enough, but still, you probably shouldn't be here alone with me. I could never live with myself if I harmed you. You won't. I have total faith in you. That's always been your problem, he said, his tone slightly lighter. You have too much faith in everyone. No sense of self-preservation. My face clouded at his words. He was wrong. I had a newly developed sense of self-preservation, and yesterday I finally acted on it. And what I found was that avoiding N was sometimes as hurtful as enduring it. He saw the change in my demeanor and his eyes filled with concern. Your turn, he said. Tell me what happened that finally made you see reason. I told him everything. I told him about Seattle, Laurent, about Alice's phone call, my subsequent discussions with Jasper and his refusal to go see her. I know it's dumb, Jake. I know there are no guarantees in life. And Angela said I should trust the person I love. But how can I stay with someone when the doubts and fears overwhelm me right from the beginning? Angela doesn't know what she's talking about. Jake snarled. I looked over at him. Surprised. I know she means well, I said. Maybe, but she doesn't have a clue. Let me get this straight. This bloodsucker, Jake. Oh, all right, he said, annoyed. Whatever his name is has been mated to the other one for decades, and then, when he decides he's tired of her and ready to move on, he phones it in like he's trying to cancel a pizza delivery. Who does that? That's messed up, especially after he promised you that he would do it in person. Then he doesn't even tell you about it until she calls you and he has no choice. And he thinks you should just trust him to stay with you and not do the same thing to you down the road that he did to her. Right, hell, he even made sure you had the phone he can call you on when he decides he's tired of you. I gasped. No, Jake, you don't understand. He would never leave me like that. I know he wouldn't. Sure, if you're so certain. How come you didn't stay with him, then? How come this bothers you so much? I shrank in my seat. Was he right? Somewhere deep inside was I afraid that Jasper would tire of me and leave me the same way Edward left me, the same way Renee left Charlie. Was here more to this than just my fear of Alice's vision of Jasper returning to her? I shook my head. No, Jake, that's not it. If that was it, then I'd never have a hope of having a relationship with anyone. Because anyone can leave me someday. And I really don't believe that Jasper would leave me out of boredom. I know he loves me too much for that. He didn't make the decision to leave Alice lightly. It's not the way you made it sound. It wasn't because he was bored with her. Really. I mean, clearly he should have done it in person instead of calling. I always said she deserved more than that. But there were good reasons for him leaving her. It wasn't just me, and it definitely wasn't because he was bored. And for me, it's not that I'm afraid he'll just leave me someday for someone else. What I'm really afraid of is that this thing with Alice was never properly resolved, neither of them ever had closure. And I'm afraid that without that last meeting he might change his mind and go back to her. I mean, she has seen it. She thinks he will go back to her for good. And maybe he will, and if that's what's meant to happen, then I would rather it happened now. But maybe he won't stay with her even if he does go back. Maybe he'll come back to me. If he really loves me, If he's really so convinced that he's going to be with me forever, why isn't he willing to do that? Why can't he just go back and prove her wrong? Because he's a self-centered jerk. He cares more about being in control and resisting her attempts to see him than he does about erasing your insecurities. He's doing what he needs to do for himself, not what he should be doing for you. It's just plain selfish, Bella. He's laid all the responsibility on you. He expects you to overcome your biggest fear to make the relationship work. Even though he helped to grow that fear by breaking the promise he made you before the two of you were together. It's ridiculous. It's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. He should just grow a pair and face his ex like a man, for her and for you. Instead he's hiding here in Forks like a coward and making you feel lousy in the process. God, Bella, I wouldn't want you to date him. Even if he was a man instead of the heartless, soulless monster that he is. Stop, Jake. Stop talking about him that way. It's not true. I put my face in my hands. Was Jake right? Was Jasper just being selfish? But then I was being selfish too, wasn't I? Running away from love and hurting him first so that I wouldn't get hurt later. Wasn't that the epitome of selfishness? Jake reached over for me and pulled me into his lap, holding me close, the way he had the last time I was here with him. Listen, Bells, it's okay to try to avoid pain. It's okay to leave a situation because you suspect it won't end well. And it's really okay to run away from a relationship with a monster who was created to kill you. I flinched at his words. Jasper would never harm me, I insisted. Sorry if I don't believe that, Jake said dismissively. But even if he never actually hurts you, what can he really offer you, anyway? He's stuck forever in his current form. You'll just continue to mature. How long see, and you be together before people start talking? Do you really want to be Demi Moore to his Ashton Kutcher? Even that's not a good comparison because Kutcher is actually aging and the bloodsucker won't be. It's crazy. It's not worth it. You deserve someone who will be able to grow and mature with you, who can marry you so you can have a normal life. The house, garden, cat, dog, kids, the whole 9 yards. I sighed. I wasn't about to tell Jake that I didn't really want any of those things and that I had considered becoming a vampire, first for Edward, and now for Jasper. I could only imagine how he would take that news. Besides, it was a moot point now anyway. And I didn't want to give Jake any more reasons to hate the Cullens, since changing me into a vampire would definitely break the Quileute Treaty. It was better to leave things as they were. You've been spending so much time with these stupid leeches that you've forgotten what it's like to be human. You need to stop thinking about him and start thinking about you. Start enjoying your life. I'm going to make it my mission to show you how great life can be when you stay away from bloodsuckers. No more stress, no more sneaking around. No more crazy jealous vampire ex-girlfriends. By the time I'm done, you won't remember their names or that vampires even exist and you'll be happy. I swear, Bella, I'll teach you how to be happy again. I didn't try to argue with him. I knew it would be pointless. Besides, he was right. I needed help learning how to be happy without vampires in my life. It's not like I've had any recent experience with that sort of thing. And whatever else might be uncertain, I knew that if there was one person who could keep me in good spirits, it was Jake. I smiled at him, knowing I would go along with whatever crazy plan he cooked up. Sometimes you can be a big bully, Jake, I told him. But okay, you can try to teach me about being happy as a human. I slid off his lap and stood up. It'll have to wait until another time, though. It's getting late and I have to go. I have homework due tomorrow that I haven't even started yet. He rose from the bench as well and we walked back out to my truck. I'm so sorry about the wolf thing. Jake, we'll have to talk more about that someday. Sure, he said absent-mindedly. Then he stopped me and forced me to look into his eyes. I'm glad you broke it off with him, Bella. Humans and vampires were not meant to mix. It was stupid for you to get involved with them in the first place, especially when you knew what they were. That kind of a relationship can never end well for the human. You're lucky you're still alive. When I think of the danger you've placed yourself in all these months." He started trembling and I looked at him in alarm. Involuntarily I took a step back. "Jake, calm down. Please don't get upset. It's over now." Seeing the fear in my face must have snapped him out of the mood he was in. He calmed instantly, his face turning to the mature and impassive expression I saw when I first arrived. "I'll be in touch soon," he told me. "In the meantime, take care of yourself, Bells. And no more hanging out with vampires, all right?" I smiled weakly. "Okay, I promised," as I got into the truck, "and you take care of yourself as well." "I will," he said, closing the door. "See you soon." "See ya," I replied as I pulled away and drove back to Forks. I didn't expect it. Perhaps I should have, but I really didn't, so when it happened it took me completely by surprise. Driving home, as I got closer to the reservation border, I saw him standing and waiting by the side of the road. My heart stuttered. I didn't know what to do. I took my foot off the gas pedal and allowed the truck to decelerate, giving me a few precious seconds to think. I couldn't just pass him by and continue driving home as though I hadn't seen him. I had to stop. I moved my foot to the brake pedal and pulled over onto the shoulder. I threw the truck into park and turned off the engine. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and got out. "Jasper, what are you doing here?" "I needed to see you," he replied simply. "I knew you were coming to visit Jake, so I thought I'd wait for you here." He sniffed the air. "He's a wolf now too, isn't he?" Yes, I would not have volunteered that information, but Jasper seemed pretty certain even without my confirmation. I suspected that's what his illness was all about. "The pack is growing. They're growing because of you. Jake said they only start shape-shifting when there are vampires in the vicinity and the tribe needs protection. No one shifted in Billy's generation." "Interesting," Jasper said. "I bet Carlisle would like to know that. Why don't you tell him when you go to Alaska to see Alice?" I asked. I knew it was a cruel thing to say, but the words came out before I could stop them. Jake's vitriol must have had a greater impact on me than I realized. Jasper grimaced and I instantly regretted my words. I didn't need to hurt him any more than I already had. "Walk with me?" he asked, instead of rising to my bait. I nodded. He led me into the forest. There was no path, so I walked behind him carefully, taking my time and trying not to trip and fall. We didn't walk far. In a few minutes we reached a fallen tree and Jasper indicated that we should sit down. I lowered myself onto the tree, feeling the rough, moss-covered bark underneath my palms. He sat down next to me, his pinky finger positioned perfectly alongside mine so that they were barely touching. I considered moving my hand, but didn't. Instead, I studied him from the corner of my eye. He looked disheveled. His hair needed to be combed out and I noticed he was wearing the same clothes as the previous day. We sat for a long while without speaking. "What are we doing, Bella?" he finally asked. "And why?" I busied myself studying the moss and fern-covered ground as I thought about my answer. "I think we're each drawing a line in the sand." I could tell by the sudden movement of his head towards me that he hadn't expected such a direct answer. "As for why, I already answered that yesterday, and I can't speak for you." "Tell me again." "There's no point. We've been through this so many times already." "I know, but the last couple of times we were fighting. I wish we could just talk. Maybe if we're not so emotional we'll be able to find some middle ground. Would you please tell me again?" I really didn't want to rehash everything, but I also couldn't refuse his request. I took a deep breath. This was going to be painful. I'm not gonna pretend I'm being rational about this, and I know most of what I'm afraid of has nothing to do with you. But living through my parents' divorce and seeing what it did to Charlie, and then being abandoned by Edward and the rest of your family, it was all so painful. I guess those experiences made me that much more cautious, that much less able to blindly trust in a happy ending. Especially when right from the start I have a reason to believe that happy ending is in serious jeopardy. I turned towards I.M. Even when he wasn't at his best he was so compelling. On some level one knew what I was doing was crazy. I had a chance to be with a man who was absolutely perfect for me, great looking, intelligent, funny, kind and caring, and I was just going to walk away. All because his ex had a vision that he would return to her. Why couldn't I just get over it and take my chances? Because the pain you feel now, walking away on your own terms, is nothing compared to the pain you would feel if he left you down the road. Jasper was looking at me expectantly, and I realized that I had stopped talking while I was lost in my own thoughts. Fortunately, I remembered where I left off. You know, even after we got to know each other better and found more and more things we had in common, I didn't believe that you could ever be interested in me romantically, because of the way I thought you felt about Alice. Then, that night on the yacht, when you told me you had feelings for me and announced your decision to leave her, I still felt that your relationship with her wouldn't really be over until you saw her. I might not feel that way about anyone other than Alice, but she has such a powerful personality that she could easily change anyone's mind. And you read me that you would go to see her before you, and I took what was happening between us to the next level, so I thought we had everything settled. Then the whole Laurent thing happened and you couldn't leave, so we agreed to wait. And I still thought we were both on the same page. I realize now that some of what happened that week was my fault. I was so in love with you that I didn't put a stop to our behavior like I should have. I allowed our actions to create the pressure that caused you to break your promise and call Alice. And for that I'm sorry. But then you didn't even tell me about it, and that hurts too. You don't know how much I regret not telling you right away, he interrupted. I keep wondering if maybe you would feel differently now if I had told you everything before Alice called. I hate that I contributed to all of this with my sheer stupidity and fear. I smiled sadly. Stupidity and fear seemed to drive a lot of our decisions. I honestly don't know if that would have made a difference. Maybe, though, because at least then your action would not be so intertwined in my head with Alice's vision. As it is, when Alice told me about her vision and the call in her express explanation for why you didn't wanna go see her, it just exacerbated everything I felt before. Now a part of me will always wonder if, like she suspects, you're not going to see her because you fear she may be right. I know you think she's manipulating me, and maybe she is, but it doesn't change the way I feel. I'm terrified that if you don't see her in person now, and come back to me afterwards, I will lose you to her someday. And if I stayed with you, that fear would absolutely taint every day of our time together. Bella, he picked up my hand in his, I swear to you I will never leave you for anyone else. Not Alice, not anyone. I pulled my hand away and shook my head. I'm sorry, Jasper. It's not enough. Words are not enough. I just can't be sure that it's really over between you and her unless you actually see her. He let out a pained groan. It's the one thing I cannot do for you. But why not? Why have you chosen to draw your line there? Because it would be a farce, and my doing it would only feed Alice's behavior. She is using her vision and your feelings to force me to leave you in order to see her. And if I do this, if I leave you even for a day to go back to her, thus basically making her vision come true, she will use this to continue to hound us, to continue to plant seeds of doubt and insecurity forever. I know her. This is how she operates. The more you go along with her visions, the worse it gets. I need to break that cycle, or else we will never be free of her. Couldn't you break the cycle next time? Can't you give in? Just this once, for me. Just do what you agreed to do. Go see her and come back to me, and I swear I will never doubt you again. Isn't that worth it? Isn't it worth it to give up control just this once so that we can be together? He ran his hand through his hair in frustration. I could tell he was considering it, but wasn't able to accept my logic. It won't be just this once, Bella. If she messes with us this time, she will be able to do it again and again. See, Jasper, you don't really trust me either. You don't believe Alice won't be able to manipulate me in the future. Neither one of us is willing to make that leap of faith. He looked at me speculatively. I could tell he had not thought about what his actions said about his trust in me. There's more to Alice's plan than just forcing me to go back to see her. This is Also a way for her to try to convince me that you want to manipulate me as much as she does by forcing me to do something I don't want to do. I can't let her get away with it. It will not work with me, I know better. But I suspect she's not above using this twisted logic on you later, after her current plan fails. So I can't do it, Bella. Not when every fiber in my body is screaming that going back would be disastrous on every level. I thought about everything he said, trying to find something, anything, that would help us compromise and find a way for both of us to get what we needed. As before, I didn't have any luck. The way we felt right now, neither one of us was able to meet the other's needs. Then a truly awful thought occurred to me and I was voicing it before I could stop myself. Maybe she's right. Jasper's head snapped up, his face twisted into a grimace. What are you talking about? Well, she has a point. My demand that you break up with her in person is a form of manipulation. Maybe in the end I'm no better for you than she is. Maybe I'm worse. I can't predict your future like she can. I can't help to stop you from making a mistake and killing a human, and yet I'm still trying to manipulate you. You're better off without me. The sudden realization of the true nature of my demands sent a wave of dread through me. He deserved someone better than me, someone who could love him unconditionally. I, with my irrational fears and manipulative demands, shouldn't even be in his presence. I stood up and started walking back to the truck. I only managed a couple of steps before I felt his hands lock on my upper arms, halting my progress. He stepped closer to me and moved his arms so that they were wrapped around my midsection. If you think for 1 second I would let you walk away after making a statement like that and feeling the way you do, then you really don't know me at all. None of what you said or what you're feeling is right. Having you in my life is the best thing that has ever happened to me. And I know that you're asking me to see Alice because of your own fears, not some sick desire to control me. You're nothing like her, Bella. You accept me for who I am and you strengthen me. You know so much about me now it's like you've taken a piece of me and I'm lost without you. I want nothing more than to spend forever with you in my arms. I sighed. I could feel how much he loved me right now and I knew how much I loved him. If only that was enough. How I wished that was enough. I can't stay, Jasper, I whispered. His arms tightened around me. What if I don't let you go? My body instinctively stiffened at hearing his threat and he immediately relaxed his hold. I'm sorry, darling. Of course, I would never. No, I said, I know you never would. He lowered his arms so there was nothing to stop me from leaving, but instead of walking away I turned around and placed a hand against his cheek. I'm so sorry I can't get over this phobia, and believe in the future and in you the way you need me to. I wish I could think of something else, anything other than you seeing Alice, that would help me overcome this fear. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't. But Bella, walking away from us is also a gamble too. You could be trading an eternity of happiness for a time of disappointment. There's no way to guarantee any relationship will last forever. You always have to take a chance. I let my hand drop from his cheek to my side. I know, but there is a difference between taking a chance on the unknown and knowingly walking into a dangerous situation. Plus, there is a second layer of risk in my relationship with you. If I'm in a human relationship that fails, I will still have Renee and Charlie and Jake and all my other friends to support me. Like they're doing now. Once I become a vampire, if our relationship fails I will be all alone. Still, I would do that. I would gladly take that risk for you, Jasper, if you could only take Alice out of the equation. But while she's in the picture and having those visions, she's not in the picture, Bella. She's in my picture. She's there, in the shadows, like a ghost. And she will haunt me forever unless you can show me that you two are really over. I told you, she and I are really over. I am yours. Alice has no power over me or us anymore. Please don't ask me to give some of that power back to her just to prove that I love you. I hung my head. I felt tears flood my eyes and I squeezed my eyelids tight to stop myself from crying until the tears receded. I understood now that Alice had created the perfect trap. There was no way to extricate ourselves from her grasp. If Jasper didn't go to see her, I would always be afraid of her and resent him for not keeping his promise, and if he did go to her, he would always resent me for forcing him to do something he didn't want to do. Either way, she would always be there like a dark cloud over us. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. If only Jasper had kept his promise to me in the first place and went to see her instead of calling, none of this would have happened. It was that call he made that set off the whole chain of events. After that call he had become determined not to see her. He was trying so hard to avoid being manipulated into seeing her that he didn't realize she had just manipulated him into breaking his promise to me. The whole situation was hopeless. I finally realized that it didn't matter how many times we talked about this, it didn't matter if we were angry or calm, the end result would always be the same. Neither one of us was capable of reacting differently. There was no point in continuing. As much as I hated to admit it, it really was time for me to accept reality and walk away for good. We would never find happiness together while spinning in this endless funnel cloud of insecurity with Alice at its center. I looked back up to see him watching me, and I knew what I had to do. I know you're doing what you think is right, and I don't blame you. Please don't blame me for doing the same. Maybe we just weren't meant to be together forever. We had this air of happiness, and maybe that's all we're entitled to. It's more than some people get in a lifetime. I'm glad you stopped me tonight. Now we can part on good terms, without anger between us. I'll never forget you, Jasper. Or the time I had with you, but I think we were pretty naive to think that it could continue forever. There are too many obstacles, starting with Alice, Edward and the rest of your family. And ending with you being a vampire and me being human. We were pretty foolish to think that something this complex could work out like some sort of a fairy tale. We're just not meant to move forward together. So let this be our goodbye, okay? We both need to move on. You should go back to your family, work things out with Alice. She still loves you, Jasper. She wouldn't have called me the way she did if she didn't have feelings for you. And you're stronger now, you know what you want and need. You can work on changing your relationship so that you can both be happy. Maybe that as the whole purpose of our time together. To show you a different way so that ultimately you could be happier with your true mate, the woman you always thought was your soul mate. He was shaking his head, unwilling to accept my reasoning. I don't believe that, Bella. The way I feel about you is too powerful to be temporary. We are meant to be together. I can't explain how I know this, but I am certain it's true. I have this sense, and it goes down to my core, that everything I've experienced before, my relationships with Maria, Peter and Charlotte, and Alice, were just placeholders. Just events to occupy my time while I waited for you. With you in my life I finally feel complete. I've never felt that way before. He reached and took both of my hands in his before he spoke, looking deeply into my eyes. Love tells us who we are. When I asked the answer, who, no love answered, so I knew I had to wait for love, for we are no one before love, a missing clue looking for a person, a star looking for a sky, and I am waiting for an eye. Music tells us what we feel, but cannot say. Love reveals what we know, but cannot see. Before you I was nothing but. When you gave me your hand, I took my hand, for love tells us who we are. So, when I asked the answer, who, love answered, you. As always, he mesmerized me. I wanted to simply fall into his arms, merge our bodies and minds completely and never separate. Never have an independent thought or feeling again. If we could only be one seamless whole instead of two halves, no one could interfere or find any cracks or fissures to try to divide us. But that was impossible. Somehow I found the strength to pull back and tear my eyes away from Jasper. I refocused on the harsh reality of our situation. In the real world the wedge had already been driven, and between us a third person had inserted herself into our relationship and stood on the periphery, waiting for a chance to strike again and again and divide us further. And neither one of us had the strength we needed to force her out. Jasper, you're only making this harder and more painful for both of us. I know we both love each other. We just don't seem to love each other enough. I won't my mind, and I can't afford to wait for you to change yours. I don't have the luxury of infinity, the way you do, and even if I wanted to sit around and wait, I don't think my friends would let me. I wish things could be different. But they're not, so you need to go. Move on and be happy. Dwelling on something that can never be isn't healthy. It's not good for you. He shook his head again in denial. I meant what I told you yesterday. I won't try to make you stay in this relationship if it's making you unhappy, because your happiness is the most important thing to me. But I'm not going anywhere. There's nowhere for me to go if you're not there with me, so I'm staying right here. If I have to be alone forever, so be it, but if you change your mind, you will always find me nearby. All you'll have to do is let me know that you want me back in your life, and I'll be there. The stubborn set of his jaw clearly told me that there was nothing more I could do or say to change his mind. I inhaled deeply, intending to repeat my goodbye, but found myself unable to say anything. I could see my own misery reflected in his eyes as we both realized that this could be our final moment together. I wanted to hug him, to kiss him, to have that last reminder of the love we felt for each other, but I knew giving in to this desire would only make our parting that much more unbearable. So instead Saint turned around and walked back through the forest in the direction of my truck. I could hear him following behind me, but he didn't try to stop me and didn't exit the forest when we got to the last of the trees. I walked the final few steps to the truck alone. I turned and whispered, "I'm so sorry," before climbing into the driver's seat and pulling back onto the road home. Surprisingly, there were no tears. Only a deep regret and disappointment spreading inside. I didn't know how or why, but this goodbye felt so much more final than when I left his house the previous day. I now felt like we had done everything we could, and accepted that a compromise was impossible. There was another difference as well. Tea time, I wasn't just walking away from Jasper, but walking towards something else. My life as Bella Marie Swan, human. I thought about everything Jake had said to me tonight and about the great effort he, Mike, Angela and Ben went through to help me cope with everything life threw at me in the last few weeks. I realized that, for their sake and mine, somehow I had to make this sacrifice worth something. I needed to let my friends remind me what it was like to live contentedly in the human world. I might never again be as happy as I had been with Jasper, but I would force myself to do whatever was necessary to be happier than I was right now. An old song I had heard less times during poignant moments on TV started playing in my head. Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test, and don't ask why. It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. Back at home, I told Charlie about some of my visit with Jake. Actually, since I had to omit all references to werewolves, vampires and my love life, there really wasn't much to tell. I just explained that Jake had a chronic genetic disorder that was specific to the Quileute tribe, but that the condition was under control and shouldn't impact his daily activities. Charlie was somewhat upset that Billy hadn't given him the details previously, but not enough to make too big of a deal out of it. After dinner, I did homework and got ready for bed. It took me a long time to fall asleep, as I kept thinking about my conversations with Jake and Jasper. Finally, however, my exhaustion took its toll and I fell into a deep slumber. If I had dreams or nightmares, I remembered none of them when I woke up. In the morning, I was eating cereal in the kitchen when the doorbell rang. I frowned. I couldn't think of anyone who would come over this early in the morning. I wondered if the person would just go away if no one came to the door, but then the bell rang again. I sighed. It was probably one of the neighbors needing to borrow sugar or something, and they knew I was home since my truck was in the driveway. I got up and headed for the door, opening it just a crack at first, and then wide when I saw Jake. Once again, despite the cool weather, He was wearing only cargo pants and a t-shirt, no jacket in sight. "Hey Bells," he said with a smile, "took you long enough." Was I supposed to be expecting you?" I asked as I stepped aside to let him into the house. He kept walking right into the kitchen. I closed the door and followed. "Well, I would have called," he said over his shoulder, "but I figured you would be sleeping or in the shower or something, so why bother? It was easier just to show up. You got any food? I'm starving." "Help yourself to the cereal," I said, pointing to the box still sitting on the counter. "The bowls are in the cabinet next to the fridge." Jake poured himself a generous bowl of cereal and tea, opted with milk before settling down opposite me at the kitchen table. "So what's so important to merit this early morning treat?" I grumbled. Jake shook his head in disappointment. "Really, Bells, you ought to work on your hospitality skills. You're not exactly making me feel welcome." "Whatever, Jake. It's not exactly polite to show up on my doorstep unannounced at some ungodly hour, so I don't know why you're expecting any hospitality at all." I knew I was being rude, but after everything that happened last night I wasn't exactly in the mood to be teased. Jake held up his hands in a defensive gesture. All right, he said. "I can see you're not a morning person, so I'll cut you some slack. I came over because my Operation Happy Bella starts today and I need to talk to some of your friends. I thought it would be easier if we got to your school together than if I just showed up out of the blue." I looked at him suspiciously. He finished his cereal, got up and poured himself another bowl full. "Why do you need to talk to my friends?" I asked. "What exactly are you up to?" "Nothing for you to worry about. I just need to figure out how much help I'm going to be able to get from the other humans in your lives. I mean, I probably could make you ecstatic just hanging out with me in La Push all the time." He wiggled his eyebrows and I rolled my eyes, "But I have some other responsibilities now. So I'm afraid I can't do this alone." Me ears perked up. "What other responsibilities?" Suddenly he turned serious. "I'm one of the protectors of the tribe now. I have to think about everyone on the res. Not just myself. As long as there are bloodsuckers in the area, we have to run patrols, make sure everyone is safe. But you know you have nothing to fear from Jasper. He only hunts animals." Jacob scowled. "Don't be naive, Bella. He's never more than a few seconds from killing a human. None of them are, and they don't exactly make it easier on themselves by hanging out in Forks. It's like an alcoholic in a bar. It's just a matter of time before he snaps and goes on a binge. Plus, he and the other Cullens are not the only ones around. Their kind pass through the area all the time. There was one here just a couple of weeks ago. Hung around for a while, too, before he left. I could have argued with him further, but I saw that he was absolutely closed-minded on this point. Besides, he was clearly right about transient nomad vampires. I knew James, Victoria and Laurent had passed through the area earlier this year, and there could have been countless others. It was easier to leave it alone. I stood up to take my cereal bowl to the sink. "Are you done?" I asked Jake. "Do I have time for another?" He asked sheepishly. "I've been running patrols all night, burning lots of calories." I glanced at the clock on the wall. "Sure, but you'll be cutting into the time you have to talk to anyone before school starts." "Oh, yeah, right," he said, remembering his reason for coming over. "Never mind. I'll grab something when I get home. Let's go." He stood and placed his bowl in the sink. I washed both bowls and spoons quickly, then wiped my hands off and grabbed my book bag. We headed out to the truck, Jake getting in on the passenger side. "So you said your friend Angela knows about Jasper. What about the others?" "Angela only knows I was seeing Jasper. Obviously she knows nothing about him being a vampire. And no one else knows anything. I never told anyone because I didn't know how things would turn out with Alice." I felt that familiar tightening around my heart. Keeping quiet about Jasper was just about the only thing I'd done right, but it was a small consolation that this time I could suffer without anyone knowing the reason. "Jake, I sue." LD barely choke out the words through my constricted throat. "I know you're trying to help me, and I know I said I would go along with it, but I really don't think I can. I'm just not ready. I need me time to process everything that's happened. He nearly turned sideways in his seat to study me. I snuck a quick look at him from the corner of my eye. He looked very serious, frowning slightly, but didn't say anything. Shifting my eyes back to the road, I saw that we were nearly at the school and pulled into the student lot, parking the truck in the first available spot, far away from the buildings. I turned off the engine and leaned forward to rest my arms and head on the steering wheel. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Hold it together, Bella. Don't start crying now. Deep breath in, deep breath out. You can't afford to have a breakdown now, not right before classes start. Deep breath in, deep breath out. You can make it, come on. Deep breath in, deep breath out. I heard the passenger door open and felt Jake leaving the truck. Then I heard the door on my side opening and felt his hand rubbing circles across my back. Bella, let's get you out of this truck. We can talk better out here. He grabbed my shoulders and pulled me back against the seat, leaning over to unbuckle my seat belt. Come here, he said, reaching across me to wrap his left hand around my back as he pulled me out of the cab and into a bear hug. My feet dangled off the ground as I circled my arms around his neck and buried my face in his shoulder, still silently repeating my breathing mantra and willing myself not to cry. Listen to me. His quiet, low, rumbling voice had a calming quality, but also demanded attention. I know how much you're hurting, but shutting yourself F off from everyone and wallowing is not the answer. I can show you that you did the right thing, but you have to let me. No sabotaging my efforts by isolating yourself into a depression as you process stuff. Okay, I just don't think I have it in me right now to be happy, I said. He lowered me to the ground and unwrapped his arms. I let go of his neck. He tilted my face up to look at him. All right, fair enough, Bells. I won't expect you to do cartwheels right away. But I'm not gonna stand by and let you go all emo on me either. Just suck it up and go along with the plan, and I swear, I'll have you feeling great in no time. I couldn't help but smile a little. This was vintage Jake. Compassion in small doses. I was about to respond when I heard Mike shout, "Hey, Bella," from the direction of the school. Don't look now, Jake said in a conspiratorial whisper, but your boy Newton is heading over here and he has that battle stations look. What's the deal with him now, anyway? I cringed. I hoped seeing me with Jake wasn't giving Mike any wrong ideas. We're just friends, I said quietly, and he's been really great at keeping it that way. Jake said thoughtfully. I could almost see the wheels spinning in his head. No, Jake, I hissed. Don't start playing matchmaker. Nothing's changed. He looked like he was going to say something, but then straightened and I guessed Ike was too close for further private conversation. I turned around. Hey, Mike, I said, my voice sounding artificially happy. Mike looked from me to Jake with suspicion. Hi, he said, and we could all tell that the greeting was directed only to me. Everything okay? Everything is fine. You know, just a regular Wednesday. Jake moved past me to push the driver's door closed and leaned against the truck casually. How's it going, Mike? He said in a friendly tone. Mike eyed Jake suspiciously and looked back to me, undoubtedly trying to figure out what Jake was doing here on a school day morning. Fine. No school today at La Push. Quote, I've got study hall first period, Jake explained. I had a feeling that was a lie, but there was no point in challenging him based solely on suspicion. Besides, it was a reasonable explanation to offer Mike. Say, Jake continued, I'm actually glad you came over. I was just talking with Bells, here, how boring it is this time of year in Forks and La Push. There's just nothing going on. So I was thinking how we should do something to spice it up, you know what I mean. Mike raised his eyebrow and pulled himself up ramrod straight to his full height. I could tell he was less than thrilled with the idea of doing anything that involved Jake. Not a clue, he said, his voice tinged with hostility. Well, I thought maybe we could set up some sort of a contest or competition. You know, give people something to watch, get excited about. Mike's face thawed out a little. Typical guy, he loved competitions. What did you have in mind? I dunno. What about an exhibition basketball game? Your varsity team against a team from La Push. A basketball game. Isn't that stacking the deck a little, Jake? It was my turn to raise an eyebrow in his direction. Mike was on our varsity basketball team and was one of the taller guys in our class, but he was still much shorter than Jacob. The other guys on the team wouldn't even come close to the height and bulk of the Quileute boys. No worries, Bella, Mike responded easily, and I could tell he was getting excited. They may have the brawn, but we've got the skills and we can be pretty scrappy. It should be cake. I was still skeptical. And what's riding on the outcome of this game? Well, other than community pride, how about the losers have to throw a party for everyone? Jake said, and suddenly I understood. What I first thought was just a stupid ego contest was all part of his cunning plan to get me to be a happy little human. I could already see him trying to get me involved in planning for the game and the party. As well as who knew what else. He'd probably want me to lead the sideline cheers. I allowed myself a single mental groan. Sounds like a win-win. Mike's level of enthusiasm continued to climb. We could all use a party this time of year. I'll talk to the guys. When were you thinking? Jake shrugged. How long do you need to get ready? Mike thought for a minute. Probably at least a couple of weeks. We haven't practiced since the season ended. How about 2 weeks from Saturday? Sure, sounds good. And the party could be the following weekend. You don't need to talk with any of your friends. Mike asked, surprised. Nah, Jake said, I'm sure I'll be able to put a team together. All right then, I'll be in touch. We should get to class, Bella, Mike said, turning towards me. I'll walk with you guys. Jake said. He opened the door to the truck and pulled out my book bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Mike didn't look too thrilled, but didn't say anything as we started walking towards the school. So what are you doing tonight, Bells? Jake asked. Now I understood why he needed to come with us. Jake hadn't had enough time to make sure I was occupied. I'm working tonight, and tomorrow too. I thought I might as well save him the trouble of asking. Bella, I heard Angela's voice behind us. We stopped and turned to see Angela and Ben walking up to us. Hey, Jake, Angela said. It looks like you're feeling better. Nice haircut. I knew Angela was just being nice and I smiled a little at the slight narrowing in Ben's eyes as he looked at Jake. Yeah, Jake replied. Thanks. It was just a bug, I guess. So what brings you to Forks on a Wednesday morning? Angela asked. Jake had a great idea, actually, Mike answered. We're going to do an exhibition basketball game. Forks against La Push. Losers to throw a party for everyone. Really? Angela looked at me, puzzled. I shrugged. I would fill her in on Jake's grand plan later. That's cool, man, Ben piped in. We could use a good party. That's what I said, Jake agreed. He held out a closed fist to Ben and Ben responded by banging his fist into Jake's. Well, I'm glad that you're all so happy. And I don't mean to interrupt the celebration, I said, but I have to get to class. Can I have my bag, Jake? Sure, Bells. He took my bag off his shoulder and handed it to me. So I'll see you Saturday morning at La Push. And what did you say you were doing Friday night? I frowned at him. We definitely had not discussed my going over to La Push on Saturday and I wasn't sure that. I appreciated him assuming that I would be free to just go along with his plan. Still, I wasn't doing anything and I'd spent enough of my Saturdays with him to know I would have a good time, so I wasn't going to protest. Just give him a piece of my mind when we were alone. I haven't really thought about Friday night, Jake, I said in a tired voice. Angela looked from Jake to me, trying to figure out what was going on. She was obviously confused, but waded in anyway. Ben and I were going to see Mamma Mia Friday night, Bella. Would you like to come with us? That's okay with you, isn't it? She said, turning to Ben. Yeah, Or maybe you two would just like to go. You know, girls' night. It was obvious that Ben had never wanted to see Mamma Mia in the first place, and was thrilled to have a reason not to go. Angela frowned for a moment, but then her face brightened when she looked back to me. How about it, Bella? It'll be fun. I saw both Angela and Jake looking at me expectantly. I didn't know how to answer. I would have loved to spend the night with Angela, of course, but Mamma Mia was a romantic comedy and that was just about the last thing I felt like seeing right now. Angela must have caught on, because she quickly added, or we could go shopping for new clothes to wear to the party. I nearly sighed with relief. Sure, that sounds good, I said, but we really should go now. Bye, Jake. He reached over and pulled me into a brief, loose hug. Bye, Bells. See you Saturday. Right. See you, I said, a little embarrassed by the hug. I really didn't need to create any more grist for the rumor mill. Angela, Ben, Mike and I started walking to class, while Jake walked in the opposite direction. I stopped as it occurred to me that I had driven Jake here and he had no way of getting back to La Push. Go on ahead, I told my friends, I'll catch up. I turned and called out Jake's name. I noticed he wasn't heading towards the parking lot or the road, but for the woods. Quote, do you want to take the truck back to La Push? I'm sure I could get a ride to the store with someone and you can just drop the truck there later. He laughed. Your concern is adorable, Bella, but I'll be fine. Wolves can run pretty fast. Oh, I said, okay. Is that how you got to my house this morning? I couldn't believe I hadn't thought about this before. Well, I didn't fly, Jake teased. Very funny. I still wasn't in the mood for his jokes. You know, now that you're a wolf, I wasn't sure why I found it so hard to say, but I did. I feel like there's so much about you that I don't know. Maybe we can talk about that Saturday. So I can get to know my best friend again. Jake's carefree smile disappeared. Sure, we can talk about that Saturday. I'll see you then. Take care of yourself, Bells. He turned and started walking away again. I heard the bell ring and hurried off to class. So what's the deal with Jake and the basketball? Mike asked me at lunch before we started reading our respective books. I guess you and he think alike, I said. Something about a little distraction going a long way. I watched realization hit Mike's face, followed by a smile. Smart guy, he said, and turned to his book. For the rest of the week I was well coddled by my friends, who continued to ensure that I had virtually no time alone except at home at night. Mike and I got Togoth to read at lunchtime and Ben and Angela kept me company between classes. Work was fine Wednesday and Thursday, and my shopping excursion with Angela actually turned out to be really fun. Unlike Jessica, Angela didn't insist on trying on every article of clothing in the store and she understood that I didn't necessarily want party clothes designed to make me the center of attention, so we were a BLE to quickly and easily find a couple of dressy but still tasteful tops and new jeans. Afterwards we ate dinner and talked, carefully avoiding discussing Jasper. I hadn't told Angela about what happened Tuesday night. I had a feeling we would all be spending more time with Jake, and I didn't want to have to ask her to keep her knowledge of that night a secret. Fortunately, with the basketball game and party coming up, we had plenty of other things to talk about. We also talked about college and I confessed that my discussion with Mike prompted a new interest in culinary school. Angela remembered that one of Ben's cousins was a chef at a restaurant in Cleveland, and she thought Ben could ask him to talk to me about that career path in schools. I was grateful. I wasn't sure how Charlie and Renee would feel about me opting not to go to college, but I didn't see the harm in learning about alternatives. But while my friends provided ample distractions during the day, when I was home alone, at night I had plenty of time to think about Jasper. I missed him horribly. I missed our conversations and just spending time with him. I missed his sense of humor and his intensity and the way he would make me feel giddy just by looking at me. I spent a lot of time staring at the sketch from Seattle, seeing our love reflected on the page and remembering every moment of that perfect day. Unfortunately, Jasper's promise to break up with Alice in person was part of that day too, and every time my recollections reached that point, I was reminded of all of my fears and insecurities. Thinking of Jasper never made me cry. I remembered all those nights after Edward left when I had cried a river full of tears, and hated myself for reacting so differently this time. But all my tears from before had been replaced by feelings of emptiness and longing. It was exactly as Jasper had described it, like he had taken a part of me with him and I was lost without him. Only I couldn't cry for the loss, because I was the one who caused it. And I didn't deserve the sort of pity and sympathy that would accompany the tears. So I just thought and ached and wished things could have been different, knowing that the wishes were absolutely pointless. Saturday morning Charlie and I headed for La Push. Charlie left with Billy for their fishing trip and I headed out for the shed with Jake. I wanted to learn more about the wolves. But I was a little scared. I wondered how much shape-shifting into wolf form had really changed my best friend. I had already seen some of the changes in him, and I knew there would be more. It felt like still more pieces of me were being taken away. I wondered how much more I would be able to take before I disappeared altogether. Jake worked on his car while we talked, explaining that he hadn't had as much time as he wanted to work on it lately, so he had to multitask if he ever wanted to get it finished. Fortunately, he felt like the end was in sight. I was glad for him. He deserved this reward after everything he had been through, even if he could now apparently run fast enough to no longer need a car. As he worked, Jake explained the workings of the wolf pack and the knowledge of vampires that had been passed down for generations so that the wolves had a better chance of protecting the tribe. He told me that we were going to have lunch with the pack so I could meet everyone, which made me nervous. Won't they mind my being there? Won't I be just an outsider interfering? No, Bella, you won't be an outsider. You'll be with me, and that will make you one of us. Besides, as close as Billy and Charlie have been over the years, the two of you might as well be honorary Quileutes anyway. It did take them a while to come to terms with your relationship with vampires. But they know it's over now, so it's okay. Wait, what? What do you mean? Why do they even know about my relationship with vampires and whether or not it's over? Jacob Black, you're as big of a gossip as your father. He looked at me, his eyes filled with sadness and guilt. It's not like that, Bella. I couldn't help telling them. But I should have warned you. Then again, I didn't know you knew, and by the time you let me know you knew, it was too late and you needed to talk to me about him, and I didn't want you to shut down because I needed to know. You're not making any sense, Jake. I know. Look, I'm going to tell you because you deserve to know, but I hope it doesn't change things between us. I mean, I want you to remember that I'm always here to listen. Right, I don't mind the listening part, Jake. It's your need to share what you heard with your buddies that disturbs me. That's actually a good way to describe it. Need. It's not elective, Bella. When we're in wolf form we have a way of communicating without speaking. It's really weird, actually. It's like we can read the mind of every person in the pack. We can have conversations in our heads. I looked at him in shock. You can read minds. Just like Edward. He looked confused. All the wolves can read the other wolves' minds when we're in wolf form, not just me. It's horribly confusing and hard to get used to at first. And it makes keeping anything secret virtually impossible. After you left Tuesday night and I had to phase to run patrol, I couldn't help but think about everything you told me. Which meant that Jared and Paul knew everything I knew that night, since they were patrolling with me, and Sam and Embry learned everything the next time they phased. But what do you mean just like Edward? In a minute, let's just get back to the wolves first. You mean to tell me that anything and everything I ever tell you from now on will be public knowledge for everyone in the pack and whoever they care to share it with? Jake hung his head in confirmation. I sat back, my mouth hanging open. This was such terrible news. I had always been able to talk to Jake about anything, to be completely honest with him. Now I wouldn't be able to speak with him about anything at all except the most public things that I would be willing to tell everyone anyway. So I had been right, the wolves stole my best friend. Another piece of me was disappearing. I was losing the only person I could confide in that knew the truth about everything. This time, when I buried my face in my hands, the tears fell readily. He came over and squatted in front of me. He forced me to look at him, holding my face between his large, scorching hands, brushing away my tears with his thumbs. "Come on, Bella, don't be upset. The guys are trustworthy and they can be ordered not to talk about anything you tell me." I scoffed. I had a feeling how likely a bunch of teenage boys were going to be to obey that kind of an order. No, seriously, that's part of being a wolf. Once an alpha, the head wolf, gives an order, the others cannot disobey. It's impossible. It's actually painful to even try. I closed my eyes. There was so much to learn about these new mythical creatures in my life. But still, even if they were ordered to keep my secrets, I didn't want all of them knowing. My days of sharing every minute detail of my life with Jacob were over. "You may feel differently once you meet them," Jake said, as though he could read my mind. "The pack is like a family. They'll be your brothers just as much as I am." I smiled and opened my eyes to look at him, his familiar face only inches from mine. I was glad he reminded me that he was more than a best friend. He was the brother I never had. That's why I felt so comfortable and safe around him. I knew that no matter how annoyed or upset he was with me, no matter how many stupid things I did, he would always be there for me, trying to cheer me up and make me happy. It was a little like basking in the glow of my own personal sun. "Good, you're back." He let go of my face and ruffled the hair on the top of my head. "And you're smiling again, so I must be doing something right. I swear, Bella, keeping you happy feels like a full-time job sometimes." "No one says you have to do it," I grumbled half-heartedly, secretly glad that he was putting in all the effort. Sure, but it'll all be worth it in the end." We spent more time talking and then, at lunchtime, we headed over to meet up with the pack at the house of Sam's girlfriend, Emily. Jake warned me ahead of time about Emily's scars and explained how they had happened. He also explained about imprinting and about what happened between Sam and Leah Clearwater when Sam imprinted on Emily. It was such a tragic story. And it made me hate the whole shape-shifting thing even more, until I saw Sam and Emily together. Watching the two of them interact was like watching the couple in the sketch of me and Jasper. They were so obviously totally in love and only had eyes for one another, it was hard to begrudge them the happiness that imprinting brought. It would be an exaggerate on to say that the pack greeted me with open arms, but considering that until very recently I had been cavorting with their mortal enemy, they were actually very cordial. Then, after a few hours of talking and joking and watching all of them inhale incredible amounts of food prepared by Emily, I realized that Jake had been right. The pack did start to feel like a family, and I started to feel like I belonged. Even though they had only just met me, Jake's thoughts gave Jared and Embry ample ammunition to tease me as mercilessly as he did sometimes. Hall ignored me, for the most part, but I somehow knew that was typical behavior for him. When Sam was around, he was too involved with Emily to pay much attention to me, and he intimidated me the most, but eventually I started to see that behind his stone-faced facade he was a kind and thoughtful man. The pack was never all there at once. Someone was always out running patrols. At one point they were all gone and I was left with just Emily, helping her clean up the kitchen. "So, are you feeling all right?" Emily asked. It couldn't have been easy, leaving him like that. I looked at her, surprised. Of course she was talking about Jasper, and I wondered how she knew. Jake said the boys couldn't tell anyone. Ah, yes, the order. He probably forgot that there is one exception. Even an order from an alpha can't stop a wolf from sharing with his imprint. Besides, Sam is the alpha of the pack, at least for the moment. "What do you mean, for the moment? Jacob didn't tell you that either." Emily shook her head in disappointment. "Boys, well, before Jake phased, Sam was the wolf with the most experience and the best hereditary background to assume the role of alpha. But Jake is a direct descendant of Ephraim Black, the last chief of the Quileute tribe and, as such, it is his destiny to be the alpha of the pack. He's a bit conflicted about it still, not ready for all the responsibility, but Sam is grooming him and someday he will take charge of the pack. She smiled. He already issued the order to keep quiet all your secrets, so he's starting to realize there are advantages to the position. I couldn't believe it. My best friend, my big little brother, a leader of a wolf pack and his tribe. It was all too much to take. But he's just a boy, I whispered. He's more than that now, Bella, Emily said. Phasing matures them beyond their chronological years. He still needs some instruction so that he understands what he needs to do for the Quileute tribe, but he's hardly a boy anymore. And you should know, he's made a commitment to you. It may not be official in your world, but here on the reservation he has adopted you into his family and given you all the protection that entails. So you will always be safe here and with the pack. You may not feel it yet, but you're one of us now, and we will always be there for you. I was overwhelmed. As much as I loved Charlie, Renee, and even Phil, our family had always been small and fractured. As I thought about it, I wondered if their family unity was what attracted me so much to the Cullens, and why their abandonment of me had impacted me so strongly. Now Jake, without even telling me, completely filled up that void. No matter what else happened, I had a place where I belonged. Jake chose that moment to enter the house, and I saw him in a whole different light. He stared at me, sensing that something had just changed. He looked over at Emily, but she just smiled, offering no explanation. I walked over to him with a thankful smile and wrapped my arms around him tightly. He instantly reciprocated, wrapping me up again in that warm cocoon of security. Thank you, Jake, I told him sincerely. I couldn't have asked for a better brother or a better surrogate family. You're welcome, Bells, he said, and kissed the top of my head. See, I told you I could make you happy. The next 2 weeks were extremely busy. In addition to working my regular hours at Newton's, I covered for some of Mike's shifts while he and the other Forks players practiced for the big game. When I wasn't working, Angela and I helped with the preparations. We worked with a group of students to design and print up game programs and flyers to post in the windows of all the Forks and La Push businesses, make banners to support the teams and plan for items to be sold at the concession stand. Word about the game spread pretty quickly and the whole community was excited about the event. It looked like we were going to get quite a turnout. Since my loyalties were pretty evenly split between my school team and my new family, I volunteered to work at the concession stand during the game. I didn't know much about basketball anyway, so I wouldn't get a lot out of seeing the guys play. And I figured keeping myself busy selling sodas, chips and popcorn would be a good excuse not to bother cheering. As busy as I was every day after school, lunchtime became my favorite time of day. Mike and I no longer bothered to even go to the cafeteria to get food. Instead, I started brown bagging lunches for the both of us so that we could spend the entire time reading. Those 50 minutes each day were nice and relaxing, and we both appreciated the downtime from the excitement and stress generated by the game. This was especially true for Mike, who really seemed to appreciate the quiet. Our only interactions took place when I would finish a novel in Daniel Silva's Gabriel Alone series. Mike always had a sixth sense as to when I would finish, or else he always carried the next book in the series with him. But in any event I never had to wait. Whenever I finished a book we would briefly discuss what we each liked and disliked about it, and then I would move on to the next novel in the series and he would go back to whatever he happened to be reading. I would have never thought it possible, but we actually grew closer by not talking. There was just something about being able to sit in the same room together enjoying our joint separateness without the need to fill the time with gossip or meaningless small talk. I spent my weekends at La Push. Whether due to an overabundant of confidence or a lack of care about the outcome of the game, Jake and his friends didn't feel the need to practice much, so hanging out with them was actually fun. Saturday mornings I had alone tea. Me with Jake and we either talked or I did my homework while he worked on his car. We'd then got to Emily's for lunch and spend a good part of the afternoon there. In the evening we'd end up gathering at one of the boys' house to watch movies or play board games. Sundays would start with me making breakfast for Charlie, Billy and Jake before we all headed over to the Clearwaters to watch the game. Well, to be more specific, the guys would watch the game and I would help out Sue before going back to town to work or sneaking out to go for a walk. The one Sunday I left to go walking I was surprised to see Jake catch up with me before I could go too far. "Want some company?" he asked. "Sure, but don't you mind missing the game?" "Nah, I don't really follow the teams that are playing today. I'll watch the game tomorrow night, much more interesting." "Okay," I said, knowing that normally this hardly would have mattered, but glad to accept any excuse to have him come along on my walk. I enjoyed watching Jake work on his car and interacting with the pack, but I had missed our walks together. As we always seemed to, we gravitated towards the path that led to First Beach until we were on T. He Beach itself and sitting on our favorite piece of driftwood. "So, am I doing a good job? Are you feeling better?" "You know I am. I hardly have time to myself anymore." "So you're feeling busier, but are you better?" he pressed. I looked down to the sand and shrugged. "It's like you suspected. I'm fine when I don't have time to think. But when I'm alone and not doing anything else." In truth, I was still spending a lot of time each night missing Jasper, looking at the sketch. Periodically I would take out the cell phone, which, for no good reason, I kept charged, and imagined myself pressing the one button. I fantasized about hearing his voice before realizing that if I did call him, I would have absolutely nothing to say that would make our situation any better. Calling him would only make things harder for both of us. Would make us miss each other that much more. So inevitably I would tuck away the phone into my book bag, put away the sketch and lie in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering if the emptiness inside me could ever be filled by someone other than him. "I guess I still have my work cut out for me, then," Jake said. A cool breeze came in off the ocean and I shivered. Jake put a protective arm around me, drawing me closer and sharing his natural body heat. "I don't know if I'm worth all the effort, Jake," I confessed. "This may be as good as I'm ever going to get." "That's nonsense," he countered. "It hasn't been long enough yet, that's all. We just have to give it more time and maybe work on distracting you better." I groaned. I was already so tired from all distractions he and my friends cooked up. I didn't think could handle any more. Besides, no matter what they did I would be alone with my thoughts sometimes, and that's when I would always return to Jasper. "Really, Jake, just let it go. The one thing I learned in all this time is that I'm stronger than I thought. As much as it hurts and as tempting as it is to go back to him, I've been able to resist. That's worth something, right?" Quote. Jake slammed his left fist into the driftwood, causing the entire piece to vibrate. I looked over at him with question and surprise. "I know you're strong, Bella. And I know you can resist that temptation, but I sure as hell would feel better if the temptation removed itself from the area. I was hoping he would have left as soon as you told him the two of you were over. I can't figure out why he's still here." "He's not leaving, Jake," I sounded morose even to my own ears. "He told me he'll stay as long as I'm here. He's waiting for me to change my mind." Jake hit the driftwood again. He muttered something to himself about leeches. Then he tensed and became still. I stilled as well and focused on the sound of a wolf howl off in the distance. Jake was up in a flash. "That's Jared," he said. "He's running patrol right now. I'd better see what's going on." He started walking off into the trees. "Where are you going?" I called after him. "I can't phase in front of you, Bella. I have to take off my clothes, or else I'll have nothing to wear back home. And while I'm all too happy to distract you from thinking about Jasper, I don't think that's exactly the kind of a distraction you need." I blushed from head to toe at his implication and the realization that as soon as he was within the cover of the trees Jake would be, at least for a few moments, stark naked. Then another thought occurred to me. In mere moments Jake would be a wolf, something he had yet to share with me. "Jake, after you speak with Jared, will you come back for a while as a wolf? I'd like to see that side of you." He looked me for a few seconds, evaluating the pros and cons of showing me his other self. Apparently unable to come up with enough good reasons not to do it, he said, "All right. But promise not to freak out. It's different." I nodded. He disappeared in the woods and I waited. In a few minutes I heard rustling and watched a huge wolf make his way from the trees to the driftwood. I was glad Jake had warned me, because even as prepared as I was, the sight of him startled and unsettled me. I hadn't exactly studied wolves, but I knew no animal in nature could compare to the sheer mass of Jacob. He stood as tall as a horse, his russet fur a perfect match for his beautiful skin. He loped over to me, stopping a few feet away, watching me cautiously. I stood up, even at full height not taller than him. I walked towards him, concentrating on his eyes which, though larger, were still so familiar. I held out my hand and entwined it in the fur behind his ear as I pressed my face to his. "You're magnificent, Jake," I said, a bit awestruck. He let out a short bark that sounded like one of his trademark laughs. When I pulled away I saw that he flashed his teeth in a wolfy version of a grin. I swatted at him, knowing exactly what he was thinking. "Egomaniac," I teased. I was rewarded with a slurp of his giant tongue on my cheek. "Ew," I complained, wiping off my face. And was rewarded with another laughing bark. I hugged his neck, rubbing my face into his fur to take off the remainder of his wolf saliva. Finally, I let him go, and he ran back for the woods. Coming out a few minutes later dressed in inhuman form. "So the wolf impressed you, huh?" he teased. "Of course," I said, keeping in theme with his light mood. "I mean, you're an absolutely gorgeous beast." "Ah, shucks," he said, pretending to wave off the compliment. "I bet you say that to all the guys." He laughed and I joined in. I said noncommittally. "Seriously, though, Jake. Someday you're gonna make some girl extremely happy." Jake snorted. "I sure hope that day's not anywhere near yet. I haven't even started to play the field." "I see, so that's the kind of brother I have, a player. Do I need to warn the local female population?" Jake laughed. Sure. That'll just make me that much more desirable." I rolled my eyes. "So what did Jared want?" I asked, suddenly remembering what prompted him to phase to wolf form. His face clouded over and I could see he was debating whether to share the news with me. "The bloodsucker is hanging around the res border, near the road to Forks. I'm guessing he knows you're here and he's trying to keep tabs on you without violating the treaty. Don't worry, we'll have a few wolves follow you and Charlie home, make sure he doesn't interfere." "That's not necessary, Jake. He wouldn't." "Whatever, Bella, it won't hurt to have us follow you home and the guys are always up for a run. Speaking of which, it's nearly dinner time. We don't want to keep everyone waiting." We walked back to the Clearwaters house and ate. After dinner Charlie and I got into my truck and headed for home. On the drive back I kept my eye on the forest on the side of the road. Every once in a while I saw glimpses of russet and gray fur. When we got home I took one look to the edge of the forest and saw the 3 wolves standing just within the cover of the first row of trees. Of course I recognized Jake in the center. He was flanked by a brown wolf and one with gray-black spotted fur. Knowing that I saw them, the wolves swished their tails as if in farewell and disappeared back into the forest. Game day finally arrived, and you could almost feel the crackling of excitement in the air. Billy and Charlie cut their fishing trip short so they could be back in plenty of time to watch the game. Billy, of course, was rooting for Jake and LaPush. Charlie was cheering Jake on too, but he was there primarily to make sure the crowd didn't get too boisterous. I stayed well within the bounds of the concession stand, making sure I would not have to choose sides. The game was to be played in the high school field house. The walls redraped with the banners supporting Forks and LaPush and the stands had been set up to allow fans of the teams to sit on opposite sides. The field house was packed with people of all ages. It seemed like every member of the local population had shown up to witness the friendly rivalry. A sound system was set up to play a variety of favorite sports-themed songs to keep everyone pumped up before the game started. I had little time to appreciate it all, since the concession stand was doing quite a brisk business as well. Finally, it was time for the teams to come out to the court. I heard the FIRST sounds of Sirius by the Alan Parsons Project, and the Forks crowd erupted into cheers as the announcer began to introduce members of the high school varsity team. Each boy ran onto the court for his moment of glory and adulation. I had to laugh at the ceremony and pageantry of it all. So much fuss for a silly game. Once all the Forks players were introduced, another song started playing. They're playing basketball. We love that basketball. I had to laugh. If I remembered correctly, the artist behind the song was Lil Bow Wow. I was sure that Jake was behind that pic, and that he was absolutely chortling inside. The players were introduced to the cheers of the LA Push crowd. Then, suddenly, I heard ear-splitting squeals and clapping. I looked to the court to see what was going on, and instantly understood. The Forks players were in uniform, but the La Push guys were only wearing unmatched cut-off shorts and t-shirts. Apparently, to make themselves look more cohesive, and to the utter delight of every female in the crowd, they now decided to shed the t-shirts and play the game as the Skins team. Although these guys were now my surrogate family and I simply could not think of them romantically in any way, I had to admit it made for nice eye candy. For the first time I regretted my choice to work at the concession stand for the entire game. Predictably, with a crowd this large, business at the concession stand did not slow down throughout the game, so I had no time to watch. Every once in a while I would sneak a peek at the scoreboard, especially when there was a louder than normal reaction from the crowd. But the score alone told me only that the La Push team continued to lead, but Forks was never so far out of it that the final seemed a foregone conclusion. At one point, Angela made her way over and confirmed my suspicions that the La Push guys were trying hard to keep the game somewhat even instead of completely running over the varsity team. I had suspected this would happen. No matter how skilled the Forks players were, there was just no getting around the bulk of the Quileute boys. I just hoped Mike and the other Forks guys wouldn't take the loss too hard. "Don't worry, Bella," Angela told me. "Ben is taping the whole game so you'll be able to watch it later." "Cool," I told her before moving to help the next customer. "I'll talk to you later." Traffic. See, at the concession stand finally slowed down in the final few minutes of the game, as everyone wanted to watch the end. I took advantage of the downtime to start the cleanup and to get waters and sports drinks ready for the players. I looked up to watch the final 30 seconds, as Tyler shot and made a couple of free throws, then Forks got the rebound and Mike sunk the last three-point basket of the game, pulling Forks within 7 points of La Push. I had a feeling that rebound was a la Push gimme, but the game ended on a nice note with Forks losing but still having the final score, so no one seemed to mind. The crowd exploded with cheers. The La Push side understandably louder than the Forks side. Still, in the spirit of friendly rivalry and play, there didn't seem to be any discipline problems for Charlie to have to take care of. The guys all shook hands and both teams came over to me to get cold drinks. I came out from behind the counter to congratulate the Quileutes and was swiftly swept up by Jake into a bear hug. "No worries," he whispered in my ear as he held me. "We didn't embarrass them too badly." "I know," I whispered back, "thanks." That's all we had time for, because as soon as Jake put me down I was immediately pulled into a hug by Jared, Embry and even Paul. Only Quill, the sole non-wolf on the La Push team, and the only one I haven't spent as much time bonding with, seemed to hesitate before sweeping me into his arms. I couldn't help but laugh, feeling like a rag doll being passed from boy to boy. Hey, I heard Mike joke, I don't recall hugs from the other team's girls being one of the perks of winning. Quill dropped his arms and looked over at Mike, his eyes narrowing angrily. "Maybe not, but Bella's a la Push girl," Paul growled possessively. Mike's smile faded a bit. "Last time I checked she still lived and went to school in Forks." All right, I said, holding out my arms. pretending to hold both boys back from attacking each other. "Don't make a fuss. I'm Team Switzerland and you all know it. I was rooting for everyone today." To prove my point, I walked over to Mike and gave him a hug, then proceeded to do the same with the other Forks players. "Now, I have cold drinks waiting for all of you guys. Grab some and go clean up and change. Especially you," I spoke to the Quileutes. "You've provided enough excitement for one day." I saw Sam standing off to the side, leaning against a supporting column, smiling indulgently at the scene. When he caught my eye, he lifted his chin in greeting. Then he and Jake exchanged a look. "Bella's right, you guys," Jake said to his teammates. "Let go shower and change." He started walking and the other players followed him to the away team locker room. Mike pulled me aside as the other players got their drinks. "So you're all La Push girl now, huh?" I shrugged. "I've been spending some time lately with Jake and the guys on the reservation. Everyone in Forks has been so focused on the game." "Well, you can do what you want. Of course, but the game's over now, so there's no need for you to spend all your free time over there." I looked at him carefully, trying to figure out if this was just a friendly concern or something more. Mike saw what I was doing and sighed. "I just meant that we'd all have more time now to spend together as friends," he said. "You don't have to go out of tow and to find things to do or people to do it with. I mean, I know you said Jake's like a brother, but those other guys, who knows what they're thinking?" I smiled at Mike's concern. Of course, I couldn't tell him that Jake very much knew what they were all thinking. All except Quill, of course, but judging by his size and rising temperature, it wouldn't be long before Quill too joined the pack. I knew he whole pack was watching him carefully the same way they had watched Jake before. I was just glad that due to Jake's influence the pack was trying to include Quill in more activities. I could only imagine how lonely he would have been as the only one of his friends not privy to the secret and not able to hang out with them. He still couldn't come to pack meetings and didn't spend time with us at Emily's. But at least the boys included him in their weekend plans. "Don't worry so much, Mike. I can take care of myself. These guys are harmless, really. And now that the game is done I will do more stuff in town, okay? Need any help with the victory party you now have to throw for their team?" Mike groaned and slicked back his perspiration-soaked hair. "Yeah, my parents already said we could have the party at our house. But I could use help getting ready." "Alrighty, then, I'm in. Just tell me what you need me to do." "Thanks, Bella. For now I think we just better follow the La Push lead and change. See you later." I returned to the concession area and to finish cleaning up. Angela came over to help while Ben put away the sound system and his video equipment. With her assistance, it hardly took us any time to put away the unused food and supplies, sweep the floor and clean the counters. When we were done I delivered the cash box to the school principal, who would split the proceeds between our respective schools. Then I met up with Ben and Angela and we waited for the rest of our friends so we could head out to the ice cream parlor where Forks boys could drown their sorrows in milkshakes and malts. The following week went by quickly. With Mike back, I didn't have to work as often, but I spent a lot of time helping him plan the party and even went to Port Angeles with him to purchase party supplies. Mrs. Newton, Angela and I planned out the food and I offered to make some of the appetizers and desserts, so I spent a lot of that Friday night and Saturday morning cooking. Yeah, Kay complained about me not coming out to La Push, but not too much. He sounded like he was excited that I was so involved with my friends. After I was done cooking Saturday, I took all the food to Mike's house and helped to decorate. The party would be held in the lower level of the Newtons' home, which I didn't even know existed from my single visit. Their home had been built on a sloped lot, so, while from the street it looked like a simple two-story, it actually had a huge lower-level rec room that opened up onto a giant cedar deck built on the slope. A staircase from the deck led into the yard, which was quite spacious and backed up into the forest. Mrs. Newton dug out a whole bunch of white Christmas tree lights and Ben and I used them to decorate the deck so that everything would twinkle pleasantly at night. Inside, Mike plugged his iPod loaded with party music into his stereo and brought out the karaoke machine. We set out coolers full of water and soda, set up the plates and napkins, and arranged the appetizers and desserts. It took a lot of time and effort, but by the time we were done the room looked great and everything was ready. Guests started arriving promptly at 6 o'clock, Mike's closest friends from Forks First. And then some of the kids from La Push. Soon the noise of the crowd was drowning out everything but the beat of the music as everyone was eating, drinking and generally having fun. Almost from the very beginning of the party, I was surrounded by Tyler, Eric, and a bunch of other boys. They were all complimenting me on my new outfit and trying to outdo each other with jokes and stories. It was almost as if they had been in the stalls waiting for a start of a horse race and now someone pushed the button to open the gates. I saw Jake and the other Quileute boys come in, and waved to them. But I couldn't extricate myself from my fan club to go over to say a proper hello. I shot Jake a desperate look, but he just shrugged and raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "What do you need me for?" I looked over to Mike, who shot me a more sympathetic glance, but only because he was similarly cornered by Jessica and a couple of other girls from school. I tried everything to get away from my admirers. But they did everything they could to keep me in place. When I mentioned I was thirsty, someone went to get me a drink. Same thing with food. When I said I was tired and needed to sit down, we moved in a group over to the sofa. Finally, absolutely desperate, I came up with the only place none of them could go with me and snuck off to the restroom. In the bathroom I finally had a moment's peace. So I took a little time to gather myself and breathe. I looked in the mirror and tried to evaluate myself objectively. I decided that the new outfit and the hair trim I had gotten earlier this week did enhance my appearance marginally, but not nearly enough to warrant this much attention. If I didn't know better, I'd have sworn that someone just now published the news that I broke up with Edward. It was all absurd, of course, and I hated to have to go through this all night long. An idea hatched in my head. If I could just stay low and close to the perimeter walls, I might be able to sneak out onto the deck. Although Ben and I had done a good job decorating it, the evening had turned cold and there was no one outside. I wouldn't be able to stay out there long. But even a few minutes out of the claustrophobic atmosphere of the party would be a relief. I put my plan in action immediately and it worked like a charm. I managed to get out of the bathroom without attracting any attention and then quickly walked along the walls to the patio door, which I opened just enough to be able to get out. I walked over to the part of the deck least visible from the inside and leaned against the railing, gratefully breathing in the crisp fall air. "Hey, Bella." Tired of the party, I turned at the sound to see Quill coming up to stand beside me at the deck railing. "Just needed a little fresh air," I replied. I didn't particularly want to get into the real reason I needed to get outside. "Yeah, it must be nice to have a little space. You've been swarmed in there all night." I smiled. For a young kid, Quill was quite perceptive. "How about you? Did you need some space too?" I could well imagine the Forks girls smothering Quill and the other boys. "In a way," he said. He hesitated, then took a deep breath. "Actually, I saw you coming out here and I followed hoping to have a chance to talk to you without your entourage." He flipped his head towards the house. I kept smiling, but I was very confused. I couldn't imagine what Quill wanted to talk to me about that would require any sort of privacy. "Okay, well, here I am," I offered. "Right." It came out hoarse and Quill cleared his throat. "Here you are." We stood silently for a minute. So, I was trying to get him to continue. "I just wanted to tell you." Yes, this was getting really painful and I was starting to feel uneasy. "Well, it's just that I'm sure you must hear it all the time, but you're so pretty," he said, almost reverently. "You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Avenue, these gorgeous eyes and the way your hair frames your face, it's like looking at an angel." I was stunned and rooted in place. I had no idea what to say. And then, before I could respond, I saw him move towards me and felt his hands grasp my upper arms as his head dipped and his full, soft, warm lips flitted across mine like wings of a butterfly. The whole thing was so unexpected, I didn't know how to react. Then I felt his lips again, this time with more pressure, and I felt his arms wrap around my back. It didn't feel bad. In fact, it didn't feel like much at all. But it also didn't feel right. I finally snapped out of my paralysis. I placed my hands against his chest and pushed, but I couldn't move his bulk. He didn't even seem to register my touch as his lips continued to move over mine. I pulled my head back to break the kiss. "Quill, no," I said. "Stop." And then suddenly Quill's arms were no longer around me as he was ripped off me and tossed to the other side of the deck. I watched his body fly through the air and then hit the wood with a sickening thud. His eyes were open wide in shock. I screamed as a strong arm wrapped around my waist and I was lifted off the ground. He person holding me catapulted himself over the deck railing and I screamed again as we descended several feet to the ground. He landed gracefully, keeping me lifted so that I felt only the minimum impact. And then took off running towards the forest at a fast pace. It took a few more moments for my shock to wear off and for me to recognize my captor. "Jasper," I gasped. "Jasper, stop. Put me down, please." He kept running until we reached a small clearing, where he stopped and set me down. "Have you gone mad? What are you doing?" I was shouting. "He assaulted you," Jasper said incredulously. "I couldn't just let him." "What? He didn't mean anything. He's harmless. He's just a kid stealing a kiss. He would have stopped without your interference." "I wasn't about to take that chance," he said, his voice hard and cold. "That's ridiculous. What were you doing there, anyway? Are you watching me?" He looked away without answering. "Jasper, Bella, I can't touch you, I can't talk to you, I can't look into your eyes. I can't tell you how I feel, I can't impact what you do and who you do it with, but I can still protect you. You can't stop me from keeping you safe. It's not up to you to keep me safe anymore." Instead of continuing the conversation, he suddenly shifted to stand in front of me in a protective crouch, teeth bared. It was the same stance I saw him use at the baseball game last spring. A few seconds later I heard rustling and then the clearing was filled with 3 massive Quileute boys, led by Jake. They stopped upon seeing the snarling Jasper. Jake looked right past him, focusing solely on me. "Are you all right, Bells?" he asked. "She's fine now," Jasper answered for me. "She wasn't doing so well when one of your cohorts decided to put his paws all over her." Jake looked from Jasper to me, obviously disturbed by what he had just heard. "Quill," once again he directed the question to me. "Did he made sure she was alone and vulnerable and attacked her against her will." Jasper interrupted. "He didn't attack me," I said, frustrated. "He just tried to kiss me and took me by surprise. I didn't react fast enough to tell him no." Jake looked from me to Jasper. I could tell it was taking a lot of effort for him to keep his emotions in check. "All right," he said to Jasper in the calm and measured voice he used whenever he needed to control himself. "We'll deal with Quill. Everything is under control. We'll keep a close eye on Bella to make sure nothing else happens." He paused, swallowing hard. "Thanks for your help," he choked out with difficulty. "But we'll handle it from here. Come on, Bella," he said to me, holding out his hand. Jasper spread out his arms, as if to stop me from passing him. A near roar of threatening growls re-pped formed the throats of the Quileute boys. I saw Paul trembling violently. Jake said something to him under his breath which seemed to slow down the tremors. "She's perfectly safe here," Jasper said. "She doesn't need to go anywhere with you. She doesn't want to stay with you, Cullen." Jake's voice was frighteningly calm. "When are you going to get the message? It's over between you. Go back to your family. We can take care of Bella." Quote, "Who was taking care of her when one of your friends decided to force his unwanted attentions on her?" Jasper hissed. "That's enough, Jasper," I said. "Quill was never going to hurt me. I wasn't in any danger. That's not what it looked like from where I was standing. You tried to push him away and he didn't budge," Jasper said, without taking his eyes off the Quileutes. "You didn't give him a chance to budge. You went too far. You shouldn't have been there in the first place. I started walking, intending to go around him to get to Jake. Bella. His eyes left the boys and turned to me. Please stay. Let's talk about this. She's got nothing to say to you, Jake said, his voice rising. Jasper hissed in Jake's direction. Jasper, have you seen Alice? I asked. I had a feeling I knew the answer, but I couldn't help myself. Bella. The plea in his voice told me everything I needed to know. A brief flicker of hope that flared up inside me was extinguished again. Jake's right, Jasper. We have nothing to talk about. You have to let me go now. Jasper lowered his arms and straightened. I walked around him and up to Jake, who immediately stepped in between me and Jasper. The other boys closed ranks around me. Haven't you and your brother put her through enough, bloodsucker? Can't you tell how much she's hurting because of you? If you had an ounce of feeling for her, you'd leave now and never return. I watched Jasper through a small gap between Jake and Jared's shoulders. His stance was defiant, but I could see a flash of uncertainty in his eyes. What would you know about my feelings for Bella, mongrel, or her feelings for me? I'll leave when she asks me to leave, his voice was perfectly confident. Bella, tell him. Jake turned to me. I saw the plea in his eyes and looked away, ashamed, because I couldn't respond in the way he wanted. I couldn't do that to Jasper. Telling him to leave in front of the boys would be too humiliating. Let's go, Jake, I said. Instead, let's just go back to the party. I'm sure everyone is wondering what's going on. Jake's disappointment was obvious, but he didn't say anything. We all turned to walk back to Mike's house. This isn't over, Black, I heard Jasper say. Jake turned around. Let's finish it right now, Leech. Bring it. No, I cried. Stop. This is ridiculous. There is nothing for the two of you to fight about. Quote, he knows what he's been doing, Jasper hissed. And I know what you've been doing, Jake snarled. He was trembling with anger. I tried to go to him, but Jared grabbed me and held me back. I struggled and a low threatening rumble erupted from Jasper's throat. Release her, dog, unless you're not particularly fond of your limbs. Jake looked back at us. Let her go, Jared, he ordered. Jared relaxed his grip and I tore out of his grasp to go to Jake. I placed my hand on his arm in what I hoped was a calming gesture. Please, Jake, let it go. We need to get back to the party. He looked down at me silently, his body still trembling. I looked past him to Jasper. Please, you don't want to start something and break the treaty. This is Forks, Bella, neutral territory. This has nothing to do with the treaty. Jasper did not relax his battle-ready stance. Then forget about the treaty and stop this for me. I don't want to see the two of you fighting. I couldn't bear it if either of you got hurt. I don't know what you two are talking about, but there is a better time and place to resolve it and a better way to do it than fighting. For now, please, just let it go. She's right, Jay said. We shouldn't do this in front of her. Today's your lucky day. It hasn't been lucky yet, but things could still change if you decide to take a walk in the woods later. I looked at both of them in alarm. Jake, let's go, I said, pulling on his arm. The last thing I wanted was for them to set up some sort of a rendezvous tonight. Please. Jake looked at me again and allowed me to pull him away without saying another word. He walked backwards without taking his eyes off Jasper until we were out of the clearing. Then he turned, picked me up in his arms, and ran towards Mike's house. Only placing me down when we reached the tree line so I could walk back on my own 2 feet for the benefit of anyone who happened to be watching from the house. Check with Embry, Jake said to Paul. See if Sam has any news about Quill. Paul ran back into the trees, presumably to phase and talk to Embry, who was running patrol at the reservation. Jared, go on up ahead and see if you can see what's been going on since we left, Jake continued to command. Jared jogged obediently back to the house. Jake halted and placed a hand on my shoulders to stop me. Why didn't you tell him to leave, Bella? You heard him. He'll go if you tell him to go. I can't do that, Jake. This is his home. I'm not going to be the one who drives him away. Bloodsuckers don't have a home, Bella. They have places where they stay for a while. He has overstayed his welcome here. You're wrong, Jake, but I don't want to talk about this anymore. What's our story when we get back? Hopefully we won't need one. The party was loud, so Sam was the only one who heard your scream. We came out and found Quill. Sam was going to check him out and take him back to the reservation and to a doctor, if necessary. The three of us went after you. With any luck no one noticed our absence. I snorted. It was pretty unlikely that any of the Forks girls were going to miss the absence of the Quileute guests of honor. I don't think that's going to fly. Hope you have a backup plan. If all else fails we'll say that Quill got sick and we had to take him home. All four of you. Well, no, obviously not. I was with you the whole time taking a romantic stroll. His hand slipped down from my shoulder so he could grab mine and bring it up for a kiss. Jake. Sorry, Bells, it's the best I can do on short notice. Unless you want to be taking that romantic stroll with all of us, he smiled wickedly. All right, if it comes to that we went for a friendly walk just to get some fresh air, I conceded. No romance. Jake dropped my hand and pounded his right hand over his heart. Oh, Bells, you wound me. I rolled my eyes. A, you're a terrible actor. And B, if you don't quit it, I'll kick you in the shin. Jake shrugged. Such a violent little girl. Does Charlie know you have this streak? He laughed and continued. You can feel free to kick me, Bells, but all that will probably get you is a broken toe. I said again, knowing he was right. We heard a noise behind us and saw Paul running in our direction. Quill's all right. He had the breath knocked out of him and he's going to have some nasty bruises. But nothing's broken. He said to tell you he's really sorry. The last comment was directed at me. Sam's going to stay on the res and relieve Embry. Do you want Embry to come over here? Jake considered his options. Yes. The party's almost over, but we need a little more coverage here. Paul nodded. I'll let him know, he said and headed back towards the woods. Footsteps from the direction of the house announced Jared's return. No one noticed anything that happened on the deck. A couple of people tried to ask me where we'd been, but I dodged them. Okay. The official story is that Quill got sick and you guys took him home. Bella wasn't feeling well either, so I took her to get some fresh air. Jared nodded and we started walking back to the house. Paul soon caught up with us. He's on his way, he reported to Jake, who filled him in on the cover story. When we got into the house Jake leaned and whispered something into Paul's ear, who nodded his understanding curtly. Do you want to come with me to get something to drink, Bella? Paul asked me. I looked at him suspiciously. Something was going on. Paul would never just ask me to go with him out of the blue. Still, I had no good reason to refuse. I guess so, I said, following him through the crowd. As soon as Tyler and Eric saw that I had returned, they flew to my side and once again tried to outdo each other on making small talk with me. I looked back to Jared and Jake, hoping they would rescue me, and was surprised to see only Jared. The serious look on his face sent a heavy weight to the pit of my stomach. I started to push my way through the crowd to the patio door. Bella. I heard Paul's voice behind me and I tried to move through the crowd even faster, darting into small paces between people that I knew Paul would not fit into. Then again, he didn't need to fit. Due in part to his bulk, people parted in front of him naturally, like the sea before Moses. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Jared moving towards me from another direction. My movements through the crowd became frantic. Finally I was at the patio door, sliding it open and walking onto the deck. I searched the dark yard for what I was sure would be there, soon spotting Jake's familiar silhouette as he moved towards the forest. Jake, come back, I screamed. He paused to look back at me for a moment, then turned and kept walking. No one had to tell me that he was going back into the forest to square off against Jasper. I ran for the deck stairs, determined to catch up and stop him in any way that I could. But before I could reach them I felt strong arms wrap around my waist and hold firm. "Let me go," I cried as I struggled desperately to get free, even though I knew my efforts would be futile. "We have to stop him." "No, Bella, we don't," Paul said in a low voice, close to my ear. "This is something he has to do, and he left orders that were not to let you interfere. You know we have the means to stop you if you try to go after him, but it would be a lot easier if you just accepted it. Please don't make this any harder on us than it has to be. But one of them is going to get hurt, maybe both. How can you just stand here and let him walk into danger?" "We have our orders, Bella," Jared said as he came to stand beside us. "Jake knows what he's doing. He won't place himself in unnecessary danger or take stupid risks." I wanted to argue with them, since going into the forest was so clearly an unnecessary risk, but I knew it was no use. Jake had entered the forest and I could no longer see him or even be sure I knew which direction he had disappeared to. I relaxed my up to now tense body and Paul released his hold. I walked up to and leaned against the railing, staring at the unmoving dark mass of trees. Hoping against hope that somehow both Jasper and Jacob would walk away from this confrontation unscathed. "Is everything all right, Bella?" I heard Mike say behind us. I turned to see him looking from Jared to Paul, trying to gauge our moods. "I heard you hadn't been feeling well and I wanted to see if I could get you anything. Something for a headache, stomachache. Oh, you need a quiet place to sit for a while." I sighed. I wasn't going to accomplish anything by staying out here on the deck, and right now I just wanted to get away from Jared and Paul. I didn't blame them for following Jake's orders, since I knew they couldn't disobey those. But I also had a feeling they would have held me back even without his order, and I resented that. "Yeah, Mike, somewhere quiet to sit for a while would be great." "Okay, come on." He held out his hand and I took it without hesitating. Paul and Jared looked like they were going to follow us, but I shot them a look that stopped them in their tracks. They exchanged a look and Jared shrugged. I knew they had determined that I couldn't sneak out past them even if they weren't physically with me, and decided to let me go. I was glad. I had no intention of going after Jake. Right now I just wanted to get away from all the supernatural beings in my life. Instead of going inside, Mike led me to a staircase that went up to the second level of the deck, where a set of French doors with a keypad lock led to the dinette. Mike punched in a code, opened the door and led me through the dinette to the family room. The undersea bonnet lights left on in the kitchen provided just enough illumination so that Mike didn't bother to turn on any additional lights. We sat together on the sofa. The same sofa Angela comforted me on a few weeks ago. "I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Bella," Mike said in a hushed voice, barely above a whisper. I knew his parents were upstairs in their room and he obviously did not want to alert them to our presence in the main part of the house. "Are you sure I can't get you anything?" "No, thanks. It's not really about physical pain, Mike. I just got too smothered today. All those guys downstairs, IRS and then Quill." I spoke at a similarly low volume. "Quill," I chuckled. "Yeah, it was no big deal, really. I think he has a crush on me and when we were both on the deck he kissed me before I could stop him." "What?" Mike's voice got a bit louder. He looked absolutely furious. "See, I tried to warn you last week. I knew those guys were bad news." "It's okay," I said, trying to calm him. "The OT. Her guys will make sure it never happens again. He's already back in La Push." "Jesus, Bella," Mike said, only a little calmer. "I'm so sorry." "Under my own roof." He turned to me suddenly, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Was he the one who made you cry that Sunday?" I shook my head. "No, Mike, please don't you blow this out of proportion too. He stole a kiss, that's all. He didn't hurt me nor would he ever hurt me. He just needs to know to ask permission first or be darn certain that the girl is on the same page as he is, that's all. But for me, at least, that was the last straw after what's been happening inside all night. I know this sounds hopelessly self-absorbed, but I'm so tired of fending off guys." I saw a guilty look pass his face. "I'm sorry," I quickly added and placed a hand on his arm. "I didn't mean you." "But you did," he said, not looking at me. "I know my previous actions must have contributed to you feeling this way." "Okay," I conceded. I really didn't want to lie to him. Especially when the truth was so obvious. "You didn't help. But even when you pushed too much you were still a good guy about it. Tonight it was different. These guys wouldn't take a hint." He looked down, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Bella. I saw that you were mobbed, but I didn't realize just how uncomfortable you were. I should have stepped in to help." I smiled. "That's okay, Mike. As I recall, you were having a similar problem at the time." We sat silently for a time, lost in our own thoughts. "You know," he said after a while, "I've been thinking about a lot of stuff in the last few weeks, and I came to some conclusions." Quote, "Oh, yeah, like what?" "Well, at one point I really thought I wanted you and me to be together, you know, as boyfriend and girlfriend. But then I realized that maybe we were better as friends. I'd never really had that before. A friend who was a girl. And I kind of like it, you know." "I know. I like it too. So anyway, once I got over the idea that you and I should go out, I started thinking about going out with other girls. But you know what? None of them really appeal to me. If I went out with any of them I would just be using them to pass the time, you know. And I don't really feel good about that. It just doesn't seem right." I nodded. "So I figured that maybe I'm just not supposed to be with anyone right now. I mean, in less than a year I'll be in college and will meet a bunch of new girls, and maybe the right girl is somewhere out there, not here in Forks." I laughed. "Yeah, you're right. When you get right down to it, we're fishing in a pretty small pond." "Yeah, but I don't even feel like I'm fishing. I feel more like the fish, desperate not to get caught." "And I think you feel the same way." He had a point. I nodded my agreement. "I think that's exactly how I felt tonight." Quote, "So listen, why don't we help each other out? You don't want to date anyone and I don't want to date anyone, so why don't we just pretend that we're dating each other? I'll give you my class ring. We let a few select people know we're together exclusively so that news can spread with maximum speed, and then we'll both be fine until it's time to leave Forks. And if either of us changes our minds, we can stage a breakup and it will be over." I considered his suggestion. I had to admit, it wasn't a horrible idea. "I'm not sure about taking your ring," I mused out loud. "It'll be a loan. I know you're good for it and would return it if I asked." "What about PDAs? Won't we make it too obvious that we're not really together if we never do anything couple-like in public?" His forehead creased. "We can hold hands and hug at school, if you don't mind, maybe kiss on the cheek. That's pretty innocent, but it should be enough. If anyone is stupid or rude enough to ask about anything else we can just pretend to be private." I sighed. "I don't know. My acting skills are not that great. Look, we already eat lunch together every day and work together many afternoons. All we'll need to do is spend some time together on the weekends. I swear we can keep it light and fun and friendly. But as long as we're doing stuff together I don't think you'll have to act much." I still wasn't certain. "Let me think about it, okay? I'll let you know soon." "Sure, Bella," he agreed. "I mean, I know I kind of sprung this on you, so take your time. Just don't take all year. It would defeat the purpose." I lightly punched him in the arm. "You're such a comedian," I said, "and a really good friend." We exchanged a look and a smile and then, as if on cue, we both leaned back, our heads resting on the back of the sofa. We stayed that way for a while, not speaking. "Shouldn't you be going back downstairs?" I asked. "People must be missing their host by now." He pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes and rubbed, then put his hands down on the sofa and looked at me. "Yeah, I guess I'd better go. Do you want to stay up here for a little while longer, if you don't mind?" "No, not at all. When you're ready to go down just go out the same way we came in and press the lock button on the keypad." He got up and went to the door. "See you soon," he asked as he looked back at me. Yeah, I replied, I won't be too long. As soon as I was alone my thoughts jumped to Jake and Jasper. I walked up to the French doors and looked out towards the forest, wondering what was happening out there right now. The thought of my best friend and the man I loved locked in a battle for life and death churned my stomach. I looked around, spotted a door that looked like it led to a powder room and ran. My guess had turned out to be right and I barely had time to lift the toilet seat before emptying the contents of my stomach into the bowl. When I was done I slid on my knees and leaned my head against the wall, wiping off my lips with some toilet paper. I felt a cool sheen of sweat over my forehead. I didn't know how I would be able to get through this. How LD they expect me to just sit here and wait to hear about their injuries or, even worse, death. How could they expect me to ever talk to them again if they hurt someone I loved? I rose on shaky legs and flushed the toilet. I washed my face and rinsed the inside of my mouth with cold water. Then I cupped some water and drank it to cool my burning throat. I looked up, and the face staring at me formed. The mirror was completely different than the image I had seen hours earlier. My skin was paler than normal and drawn taut with stress. My eyes were sunken and dull. If I went downstairs looking this I certainly wouldn't have any problems with the boys. I rummaged under the sink and found some cleaning supplies. I cleaned the toilet to make sure there was no evidence of my episode. The last thing I wanted was for Mrs. Newton to find something and assume that one of the kids from the party had snuck up here and gotten sick. I knew she would assume the worst about the reason for anyone getting sick, and Mike would be in trouble. I could not and would not do that to him. When I was done I left the bathroom and curled up on the sofa, hugging a throw pillow. I thought about Jake and Jasper again. In one-on-one combat I had to believe Jasper would win. He had decades of fighting experience and an ability to manipulate Jake's emotions, while Jake was still a young werewolf who had never fought a vampire. I knew Jake had instincts to guide him and all the tribal knowledge passed on from generation to generation, but I couldn't imagine it would be enough to overcome Jasper's advantages. In a way this thought gave me some comfort. I knew Jasper had more self-control and he could, if he chose, protect himself while, at the same time, refraining from unnecessarily hurting Jacob. He was also far more attuned to my feelings, and would know how much Jake's pain would hurt me. Still, he was the one who issued the challenge earlier tonight, even while I was there, and he was the one who all but invited Jake to go back to the forest. He had laid the trap, knowing that the young, impulsive wolf would take the bait. Even if both of them made it through this night with minimal injuries, I could never forgive him for this. For knowingly and needlessly setting up a situation that caused me so much stress and worry. And Jake, how could he do this to me knowing what caused the rift between me and Jasper? How could he pretend to walk away and bring me back to the party only to sneak off to finish what he started after making sure that his pack goons would keep me from doing anything to stop him? After Jake and Jasper, would I ever be able to trust a man again? Why was I the one who always had to trust, while they did whatever suited them best without any regard to me? My anger was starting to take over, until an image of a broken and bloody body of a russet wolf flashed in my mind, and then the fear took over again. The picture of the wolf was replaced by thoughts of torn pieces of vampire flesh being thrown into a fire. I sat cross-legged on the sofa with the pillow tucked into my stomach, rocking back and forth like a little child. How could they do this to me? How could they do this? I heard the French doors open again and looked up to see Mike coming back inside. "Hey, you okay?" he asked. "I would have thought you'd be back down already." He noticed I was hugging the pillow and his face creased with concern. I smiled at him weakly. I looked at my watch and realized I must have been up here alone for over an hour. "Sorry, I've just been here thinking. Should I leave you alone?" "No, I should come back down. I just lost track of time." "Okay, well, Jared seemed to think that you'd want to know that Jake is back." My head snapped up in attention. "Jake was back and we were sitting here chatting. Have you seen him?" I asked anxiously. Mike shook his head. I sprang from the sofa and headed for the door. Why hadn't Jake himself told Mike that he was back? Was he injured? My heart thundered in my chest as we headed downstairs. I spotted Jared on the deck and ran up to him. Where is he? Is he all right? Relax, Bella. He's fine. He's just down there with Paul. He shifted his head down towards the backyard. I ran down the stairs, with Jared following. Upon hearing my approach, Jake interrupted his conversation and turned towards me. I examined him carefully. He seemed to be in one piece, his clothing undisturbed. Then again, he would have taken that off before he phased. He opened his arms. I hesitated, then stepped in and hugged him tightly. Are you all right? I asked anxiously. My hands roamed his back and arms to feel for any wounds or sore spots, but I found none and didn't get any painful reactions from Jake. I'm fine, he said quietly. So is he. Nothing happened, Bella. We just talked. I leaned back to look at him. Was he kidding? They just talked. Relief swept through me, instantly followed by fury. I balled my hands into fists and started pummeling them against his chest. Jacob Black, don't you ever do anything like that to me again. Can you imagine what I've been thinking this entire time? How worried I've been. How could you? How could you? I was sobbing now, tears flowing freely, fists connecting repeatedly with his hard chest. He lifted his hand and grabbed both of my fists in it, holding tight. Bella, honey, stop. I get it, okay. I get it, but you're hurting yourself more than you're hurting me. With him holding my hands immobile, I lost an outlet for my rage and frustration, and my sobbing became deeper and louder. Jake pulled me closer to his chest with his free arm, muffling the sound of my cries. Bella, come on, it's all right, everything's fine. I struggled to get out of his grasp until he finally let me go. I took a few steps back away from him. No, Jake, everything is not fine. What you did tonight was not fine. What you had them do, I said pointing to Paul and Jared, who were looking at me in alarm, was not fine. You may be the leader of the pack and can order everyone around, but I'm not in the pack. You had no right to tell them to hold me back. And you may think you're my brother, but you're not. And you're not my father, either. And I'm sick of you telling me what I should and shouldn't do. Bella, calm down, please. You're overreacting. Something in me snapped completely. How dared he patronize me? How dare he tell me to calm down after what he had just subjected me to? Really, Jake, you think I'm overreacting? You have no idea. How is this for an overreaction? I don't want to see you anymore. I don't want to have anything to do with you or your pack. I'm sick of your distractions and I'm sick of you doing whatever you want without any regard for my wishes. You're no better than he is. You lead me to believe you're going to do one thing and then do whatever you want as soon as my back is turned. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everyone having all these expectations for me and not meeting any of mine. You told me not to hang around with selfish cowards, and guess what? I'm taking your advice. It's over. Don't call me, don't visit me, and don't expect to see me in La Push. I've had enough. You and I are done the same way he and I are done. I took a great deal of satisfaction from the look of shock on his face and on the faces of Paul and Jared. I turned on my heel and started towards the deck stairs. Mike was standing at the bottom of the stairs, watching the scene unfold. He looked as livid as I felt. Bells, wait, I heard Jake and felt him run up behind me and grab my wrist. Stop, you don't mean that. I meant every word, Jake, I said as I tried to free my wrist from his hand. I think you'd better let her go. Mike's voice was icy as he moved off the stairs towards us. I don't know what's going on here, but Bella's made her feelings clear. And she told me about the stunt your buddy Quill pulled earlier, too. I don't know what they teach you all at La Push, but here in Forks we treat women with respect. Now, this is your victory party, and I don't want to have to ask you to leave, so just let go of her and make sure that you and your friends stay away from Bella for the rest of the night. Mike, you really don't want to get involved here, Jake said. You don't know the situation. I know enough. I know that Bella said She doesn't want to be around you, and until she says differently, this is my house and her wishes will be respected. If you have a problem with that, you may want to consider leaving. Now, let her go." Mike spoke quietly but powerfully. Each of his last words punctuated with a step, bringing him closer and closer to me and Jake. We both looked at Mike in shock, neither of us expecting this strong of a reaction. Mike's fury was fueling an unreasonable amount of courage. Under normal circumstance he would have realized that he was no match for Jake physically in a fight, but clearly his outrage on M's behalf made Mike feel invincible. "Jake, he's right. Let her go," Paul said behind us. My hand fell to my side as Jake released his hold. Relieved, I quickly walked towards Mike, who pulled me to him. "Are you hurt?" he asked me quietly. I shook my head. "I'm all right, Mike. Just really pissed." I looked behind Mike to the deck, where several people had made their way outside and were watching us curiously. One of them was Jessica Stanley. I groaned. "What is it?" Mike asked, alarmed. "We have an audience," I whispered. Mike turned his head slowly to look at the deck. He uttered a muffled curse. "We have to smooth this over, or else this confrontation will be the talk of the school all week," he whispered after turning his head back to me. "I know," I said into his chest. "Why don't you pretend to make nice with Jake?" "Because it might just kill me," he explained. "I don't trust myself to be any closer to him than I am right now. If I was, I just might deck him, and I'm afraid he would turn out worse for me than for him." I looked up at him and met his eyes, which held a hint of amusement. "Glad you finally cooled off enough to see reason," I teased. "I was worried there for a while." "Yeah, well, there's just something about seeing you in distress. It brings out my animal instincts." I laughed. It was like he knew Jasper's theory. I stood up on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. "Thank you. It wasn't necessary tonight, but I do appreciate your willingness to risk life and limb to protect me." I did appreciate his gallantry, and I wished there was something I could do for him in return. Then suddenly I knew the perfect way to repay him and to simultaneously distract all the onlookers from the argument they had witnessed between him and Jake. "Oh my God, Mike, yes," I said loudly enough for everyone to hear. "I don't want to see anyone else either, just you." He looked startled for a second, before comprehension hit his face. He whooped, wrapping both of his arms around me and swinging me in a circle before setting me back down. "All right," he said loudly. "Wait right here." He set me down, then, with a slight frown, picked me up again and carried me to the staircase before setting me down once more. He ran up the stairs all the way to the upper level before disappearing into the house. Jake took a few steps closer to me. Quietly enough so that none of the onlookers could hear, he asked, "Bella, what's going on? Isn't it obvious, Jake?" I replied loudly. Mike asked me to be his steady girlfriend and I just agreed. Jake scrunched up his face in confusion. But I thought, well, as with everything else tonight, you were wrong. I heard Mike bounding back down the stairs. "I thought I told you to leave my girlfriend alone," he growled when he saw where Jacob was standing. Surprisingly, Jake actually moved a few steps back. "Here, Bella, let's make this official," Mike said to me as he pulled something out of his pocket. I quickly realized it was his class ring. Suspended from a chain sturdy enough to handle the ring's weight. Mike undid the clasp and placed the chain around my neck before refastening the closure. I looked up and saw Jessica make her way back inside. I smiled, knowing that in no time at all the entire school and town would know that Mike and I were officially off the singles market. When I glanced back at Mike, he gave me a satisfied smile. "Good job," he murmured. "And you said you weren't much of an actress. Wanna go back inside?" Mike asked. I nodded. He put his arm around me and we walked up the stairs and into the rec room together. None of the wolves followed. As soon as we were inside I could see that the news was already spreading like wildfire. I caught Angela's eye and her hurt expression. I knew. She was wondering why I hadn't told her anything about Mike. I sent her an apologetic glance. I would have to talk to him about that and get him to approve letting Angela in on our secret. I couldn't live with the guilt otherwise. Of course, Mike and I couldn't exactly go upstairs now for a private conversation without giving everyone the wrong idea, so I had to think of another plan. Mike, I'm really tired, I said, my voice louder than necessary. I yawned to illustrate my statement. I may be too tired to drive myself home. Can you give me a lift? I can come back tomorrow morning with my dad to pick up my truck. He gave me a curious look, but went along with the setup. Sure, Bella, no problem. Sorry everyone, he said to the group, my girl here's tired, so I'm gonna run her home. Have a great time in my absence. Ben, you're in charge. I'll be back in a few. We walked out to his garage and got into the Suburban. So what's really going on? Mike asked once we were on the way to my house. I want to tell Angela about us, about this setup. Mike frowned. I can't keep her in the dark. She is my best friend. And trust me, she can keep a secret. All right, when you put it like that I guess I can't object. Besides, Angela's good people. I'm so glad you recognize that. And letting her know will make our lives so much more pleasant. Quote, we were silent for the rest of the way until Mike pulled into my driveway. He turned to me before we could get out. Can I ask you a question? Sure, I said. So, don't take this the wrong way, because I am obviously thrilled, but why did you say yes? To going steady, I mean. Quote, I shrugged. First, because I trust you. You've always been totally upfront with me and I know exactly what to expect from you. So when you shared your reasons with me tonight, I believed you. And the exclusive dating thing made sense. For both of us. And also because in the last few weeks I've been a mess and a lot of people have made demands on me that I could not meet. Or they tried to control my life, and you never did any of that. You were just there for me. You never made me feel like I owed you anything, even though you've been giving me an full lot of your time and patience lately. It's all been one-sided and unconditional on your part, and I guess this is my way of reciprocating. Bella, you don't have to recip. I know I don't. That's the whole point. I know I don't have to. I'm doing it because I want to. And because I really think it will be good for us both. I leaned over and gave him a hug. You're a great guy, Mike. You're something special too, Bella. He reached up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind my ear. Well, I said, I'd better go in and you'd better go back to the party before people start wondering what we're doing. We don't need to encourage those kinds of rumors. No, definitely not, especially with your dad being the chief of police, Mike said as we both got out of the Suburban and walked to the front door of my house. I unlocked the door and turned back to give him one last hug. Thanks again for tonight. You were impressive. I giggled and he smiled. That impressed you, huh? He stepped back and ran his hands up and down my arms. Well, let me tell you what you did tonight. That was really amazing, he said, his voice low. I can't wait to see more of what that Bella has in store for us. See you real soon, all right? Yes. I said, see you soon. I opened the door and walked in, closing and locking it behind me. I heard Mike walk away and pull out of the driveway. Bella, Charlie yelled from his room. Hi, Dad. I was feeling tired so Mike gave me a lift home. We'll have to pick up the truck at his house tomorrow, okay? Sure, Bells, no problem. Good night. Good night, Dad. I went up to my room and completed my evening routine, but I didn't change for bed. I was much too keyed up to sleep. Instead, I sat on the edge of my bed thinking about everything that had happened tonight. It was all so bizarre. First the flirty guys at the party, then the totally out of left field kiss from Quill, then Jasper and the wolves, then Jake heading off to confront Jasper, then Mike and his strangely right suggestion to pose as a couple to avoid the unwanted attention of others, then my fight with Jake and, finally, my very public announcement of my faux steady relationship with Mike. Was it possible for all of that to really happen within the span of just a few hours? And what about Jasper's role in all of this? Jake said they had just talked and Jasper was all right, but could I believe him? Would he have told me the truth? He deceived me once tonight by making me believe he was coming back to the party with me before sneaking away to see Jasper. If he could lie about that, why not about what happened with Jasper? The way the two of them left things off while I was still there certainly did not lend itself to a resolution through civil discourse. I shook my head. No matter what was happening between us, I couldn't stand not knowing whether Jasper was all right. I took the cell phone out of the bag and nearly pressed the one key, before realizing that this would be pointless. Jasper would know that I was calling out of worry for him, and even if he was hurt he would try to cover it up on the phone. The only way to find out for sure would be to see him in person. My decision made, I had to wait over half an hour before Charlie's snores got regular enough to assure me that I could sneak downstairs and out the back door. I didn't have my truck, but even if it had been here, it would have been too loud to use. No, for this plan to work I would have to walk to Jasper's house. Of course if, as I hoped, he really was all right, the walk would probably be much shorter. Bella. He appeared out of nowhere as soon as I made it through the first line of trees. Where are you going? You should be at home, where it's safe. His voice was stern, too stern. I turned to look at him and evaluated his appearance. Much like Jake, he looked perfectly fine. He was wearing the same clothes as earlier with nary a button missing. I was almost giddy with relief. However, also as with Jake, the relief was soon replaced by anger. I knew it, I said bitterly. I knew that if you were all right you'd be out here stalking me. Don't be foolish, Bella. I'm only here for your protection. It's not safe for you too. You know very well that Laurent is long gone and there are no other vampires around. I don't need protection anymore. I deserve some privacy. We saw tonight that you are still very much in need of protection. And as for privacy, he nearly spat out the word. What do you need privacy for, Bella? So you and Newton can grope each other in his Suburban. He grabbed Mike's ring, which was still hanging on the chain around my neck. So you can run off in the middle of the night to meet up with him and show him what else, amazing Bella, has in store for him. I gasped with mortification. I could feel my face turning crimson from a combination of embarrassment and fury. I see your eavesdropping skills are as perfect as ever. I hissed. Is that what you think I'm doing? I snatched the ring back and slipped it under my shirt. And what if it is? What would it matter? If you really cared about me, if you really wanted to be with me, you would have gone to see Alice and set things right so we could be together. Instead you just hover here, like an invisible ghost, except on nights like this, when you appear and terrorize people I care about. I was seething. You'd love to have your cake and eat it too, wouldn't you? Be with me but never quite close the door on your relationship with Alice, just in case you ever did find it more appealing to go back to her. I knew I was being deliberately cruel, but I wanted to hurt him just as badly as his accusations about Mike had hurt me. At least when Edward figured out he didn't want me enough, he really left me. He didn't string me along or hang around as a constant reminder of what I had lost. I felt his pain. He lost control and couldn't keep it from me. It hit me like an avalanche and, when combined with my own, knocked me off my feet. I slid to my knees, and bent over to rest my face on my legs, my arms curling protectively around my head. The emotional onslaught triggered a physical reaction. I felt as if all of my nerve endings had been rubbed raw with sandpaper. Everything hurt. Bella. I heard him cry and lower himself next to me. I felt his cool hand on my back. Don't touch me, I moaned. And his hand retreated. You know it's not true. You know why I haven't gone back and you know why I'm still here. I didn't answer. I don't understand, he continued. Why are you doing this? Why Mike? You don't love him. I moved my hands to the ground and shifted my head slightly so I could look up at him. His expression mirrored my pain and I knew he was suffering as much as I was. No, I said quietly. I still love you, Jasper. But Mike knows that I don't love him and he's all right with that. He doesn't expect more from me than I'm able to give. And he keeps his word. Of course, he's only able to do that now that he realized we shouldn't be together as boyfriend and girlfriend. but no one other than Angela needs to know. Jasper didn't respond. It was my turn to ask questions. Why did you do what you did tonight, Jasper? Why did you attack Quill? Why did you provoke Jake? And what happened between the two of you? I won't apologize for what happened with Quill. I know you think it was all innocent, but I felt his lustful emotions and I just wasn't certain he would have been able to stop. I had to step in to protect you. If Black had been there instead of me, he would have done the same thing. He told me so tonight. I shuddered. I imagined Jake might have actually done more damage than Jasper did if he had caught Quill with me. As for provoking Jacob, he continued, it was by no means one-sided on my part. He wanted that confrontation as much as I did. So that excuses it. The fact that you both were trying to scratch some macho TCH was sufficient to put me through hours of misery as I feared that one or both of you might be seriously hurt or dead. He looked away. No, there is no excuse for doing what we did tonight. You didn't have to be aware of it. You're right, it was selfish. We should have realized how you'd feel. Great. Not, we shouldn't be confronting each other at all, but, we should have waited until you were ignorant. I suppose that does make it marginally better for me. I suppose it would be better for me to think that one of you got hurt or killed accidentally instead of in a confrontation with someone else I happen to deeply care about. Assuming, of course, that the one of you who did the hurting would be able to keep lying to me about it for the rest of his life. And that would just be a fantastic relationship for me, right? Trusting and caring for someone who could injure other people I care about and lie to me about it. Sure, that's the perfect solution. I'm so glad you thought of it. Bella, wait, I didn't let him finish. Before we go back to that subject, what did happen between you and Jake tonight? I heard his version. Now I want to hear yours. Jasper exhaled audibly, then took a deep breath. By the time he came back we had both calmed down significantly. He never even phased. He just came to tell me some things about you and how you felt. About how difficult this has been for you, with me still around. About how my being here was hurting you. I didn't want to hear it or believe it, but I felt his love for you and I felt his honesty. Right or wrong, he believed he was saying and he was doing it to protect you. I can't fault him for that. He wasn't angry anymore, at least not at me. Like I said, he understood about Quill. He and the others got upset when I grabbed you. He doesn't trust me like you do. He still thinks there is a chance I could hurt you. Maybe he's right. Jasper buried his face in his hands. Not about that, I whispered. You would never hurt me physically. I do have complete faith in that. He looked at me with desperation, seeking something in my face. His eyes locked on mine and instantly drew me in. Once again I felt the connection that was always there between us. I swallowed hard and saw him do the same. Almost as if someone had attached an invisible string to the center of my chest, I felt myself shifting forward as my TT lifted off my heels and my body moved forward to a more upright kneeling position. I saw Jasper do the same, and we were only inches apart now. I could feel the coolness of his body, smell the spiciness of his breath. I was trembling with fear and anticipation, wanting physical contact but knowing the price I would have to pay for giving in to my desires was much too high. I felt his left hand on my cheek, his thumb stroking my skin. I leaned my face into his hand, seeking more contact, like a desert wanderer stumbling into an oasis. My mind screamed for me to stop, to back away, warning me of danger. My body ignored all such commands. I turned my head a fraction more until my lips came into contact with the flesh of his palm in a soft kiss. His breath caught and my eyes closed. I felt him leaning closer in. But with my eyes closed I could think more clearly, and I was able to shift back, moving my face out of his hold and my body back to a sitting position. Still without opening my eyes, I felt his upper body stop. And then retreat. The moment was over. You said he wasn't right about me being a physical danger to you, but was he right about the rest? Is my being here hurting you, Bella? Jasper asked. I opened my eyes again. He was no longer looking at me, but focusing on something behind me. Not exactly. I'm hurting because I still love you, because I can't stop thinking about you. I'm not sure I could stop that even if you were gone. But I know I won't be able to as long as I know that you're here and you haven't moved on. Bella, whether I'm here in Forks or elsewhere, I'm not moving on. I will wait for you until the end of time if that's what it takes. Stop. I shook my head violently from side to side, trying to keep out his words. We can't continue to talk. LK about this round and round in a circle. We both know what we have is amazing, wonderful and completely life-altering. And we both know it's not enough. I can't give you the trust you need and I need the closure between you and Alice that you can never give me. We tried our best, but it wasn't good enough. There's no point in waiting for something that can never be. You asked if your staying in Forks caused me pain, and tonight, for the first time, I realized that the heartache I feel about not being able to be with you is nothing compared to the other kind of pain your being here could cause. The man I love and my best friend, my almost brother, are mortal enemies. At any moment you could be engaged in life or death combat. If you stay here, that knowledge alone might kill me. How can I live knowing that at any given point and time you two might be hurting or killing each other? The horrible thoughts that went through my head tonight while Jake was gone will be there every day if you stay here. I will be worried about you and him, or you and one of the other wolves. They're all like family to me now, and I can't stand the thought of any of them hurt. Are you? So, if for no other reason, you need to leave to keep all of you safe from each other. He looked like he was going to argue, but then looked down to the ground. All right, he said. I'll go. I sank deeper into my heels. The finality of his words sliding across me like an extra weight. This was what I wanted, what I asked for. And yet knowing that it was actually going to happen sent a spasm of agony through me. Jasper looked up sharply. I met his searching gaze and shook my head. It has to happen, I said. It will be painful, but it has to happen. He lowered his gaze again, resigned. I'll leave tonight. Where will you go? I had no right to ask, but the words were past my lips before I could stop them. I don't know. I wasn't sure if I could force myself to say this, but I had to try. You should consider meeting with the Cullens somewhere. Not with Alice, if you don't want, though you know I think you should do that too, but you should resolve things with the rest of them, let them know what happened. I'm sure they would like to hear your side of the story. He shook his head. I don't know, he said again. His voice lacked all emotion. You should see Alice too, I added quietly. If you did and came back, I allowed that tiny undying spark of hope to permeate my voice. He looked at me with empty eyes and I knew the hope would never be fulfilled. He stood and helped me stand as well. I shifted in place, my legs stiff from being locked for a prolonged period of time in the same position. You know how to reach me if you ever need me, he said. Please, Bella, if you ever in any danger or if you need anything, promise me you'll call. I looked away. He grabbed my upper arms tightly and shook me a little, forcing me to look at him in surprise. Promise me, he demanded. I promise if I'm in danger or in need and am able to call you, I will. I whispered. He let me go, only to pull me into a tight embrace. I heard him take several deep breaths. I will always love you, Bella. And I will always be there for you, he said before releasing me. Where were you going to meet Mike? He asked me awkwardly. I was confused. Then I realized I never correct. His misconception that I snuck out of the house to see my new steady boyfriend. Had the situation not been as painful, I might have laughed. Jasper, I wasn't sneaking out to see Mike. I was coming to see you. I had to make sure that you were okay, to see for myself, and to tell you how angry I was about earlier. I already had it out earlier this evening with Jake, but I had to see you too. I couldn't take my truck because I left it at Mike's. Besides, it would have been too loud. So you couldn't just call me and ask me to come over. He was incredulous. After knowing about all the potential dangers lurking in the forest. I know. It wasn't the best plan I ever came up with. But I was afraid if I called you, you would try to stop me or find an excuse not to come, especially if Jake had lied and you were actually hurt. And given what happened tonight, I figured if you were okay you wouldn't be too far away and I wouldn't have to actually walk all the way to your house." Jasper ran his hand through his hair. "Bella, how can you possibly expect me to leave if you behave so irrationally and without any regard for your personal safety? Even ignoring the supernatural, the forest is dangerous. There are wild animals and your own natural magnet for injuries. Honestly, I don't know what you were thinking." Of course, I hadn't been thinking. Blinded by my need to see him, I simply hadn't considered the potential consequences of my actions. If my assumption had been wrong, the hike to his home would have taken me more than half the night, assuming I didn't get lost or injured. It had been a stupid plan. I would have to be more careful and rational in the future. It was dumb, I admitted. "I'm sorry. I promise once you're gone I will have no reason to ever go into the forest alone. And I'll generally be more careful. I swear." Jasper was only slightly mollified. "I'll make sure Black knows he needs to keep a close watch on you," he said. "No," I objected. "As of tonight, I told Jake I want nothing to do with him and the wolves. It's all over, Jasper. My association with the supernatural ends tonight. From now on there will be no more vampires or werewolves in my life. I will spend the rest of my time in Forks exclusively in my human world, until it's time for me to go away to school. It's the way my life should have been all along." Jasper flinched, but didn't answer. We turned and started walking back towards my house. "Don't forget your promise," he reminded me as we reached the edge of the woods. From here on I would walk back alone. "I won't." I turned to him one last time. He grabbed my hand in his. "Goodbye, Jasper. Please try to be happy." "You too, darlin'," he said. "Farewell, my love." I couldn't bear any more. I pulled out my hand, turned around and started walking home. I suspected he stood rooted to the spot I left him in, but no matter how much I longed to do it, I couldn't let myself look back. I entered the house quietly through the back door, tiptoed up to my room, changed for bed and slipped under the covers. Once in bed I finally allowed the emptiness to wash over me until I felt nothing at all and I fell into a dreamless sleep. Sunday morning Charlie took me to the Newtons' house to pick up my truck. I explained to him that Jake and I had a disagreement and that I really didn't want to go to La Push with him for Sunday brunch. Instead, when we got back home, I made mountains and mountains of pancakes that the guys could easily reheat via microwave, and packed them up for Charlie to take with him for Jake and Billy. Charlie tried to press me for details of my argument with Jake, but I resisted and he finally let it go. "I just hope you kids work it out soon," he said gruffly. "I don't want to have to deal with any awkwardness with Billy." "There doesn't have to be any awkwardness," I said. "Jake's getting more and more busy and so am I. We probably wouldn't have much time to spend together anyway. Plus, now that the game and the party are done, I'll be hanging around more with Mike. I thought I might as well get Charlie ready. The rumors were bound to reach him soon anyway." "Oh, something finally happening there?" he asked, suddenly more alert. Yeah, kind of." I cringed internally. There was no way to explain how Mike and I went from pure friends to a steady relationship. "Kind of, kid. Care to elaborate?" "Well, we kind of decided last night not to see other people." He gave me his class ring. Whoa, back in my day that was serious stuff. "What's going on, Bella? I didn't realize you two were seeing each other at all. You kept jumping down my throat every time I asked you about him and insisting that he was just a friend." "Well, at the time you made those comments, we were just friends. But, over the last few weeks things started to change. I guess I realized what a good guy he is and how much I enjoy spending time with him." "What about Jake? Is that what you guys are fighting about?" "Yo, you've been spending an awful lot of time with him for someone who's dating another guy." "No, Dad," I rolled my eyes. "It was never like that between Jake and me. We were never more than friends." "Right." Charlie didn't look convinced but, again, did not push it. "Well, I suppose if you want to invite Mike for dinner some night, that would be okay. I smiled. This was the equivalent of Charlie making a huge effort. And I really appreciated it. Thanks, Dad. Maybe I will. So began my life without vampires or werewolves. Jake tried calling several times throughout the week, but I didn't talk to him. When Charlie was home I simply refused to take the phone, and when I was home alone I would let the calls go to the machine. There was just one time when I accidentally picked up the phone out of habit. But as soon as I heard his voice I asked him to stop calling and hung up. I realized I was being somewhat petty, but now that I had driven Jasper from his home, I couldn't justify spending time with Jake and the rest of the pack. The only way I could live with what I had done was to treat both sides of the supernatural divide exactly the same. Tuesday of the following week Quill came by to apologize. Respecting my wishes to stay away from the pack, Emily drove him to my house. Initially she stayed in the car, giving Quill and me some privacy. I made it as easy for Quill as I could, explaining that I had no hard feelings and that Jasper had misunderstood the situation. I even apologized for the injuries he suffered. Oh, Bella, it's all right. I seem to be healing pretty well and I had it coming anyway. I should have known better. I feel like a complete idiot. I heard you and Mike were going together now, but I swear I had no idea at the party, else I would have never tried to, well, you know. I just don't get how he could have watched all those guys drooling over you and not done anything. Yeah, well, Mike's not really that possessive, you know. He would have stepped in if any of the guys got out of line. Though, I was amused at the fact that I had to defend my faux boyfriend against an attack on his masculinity. The truth is, if Mike and I were really going out, I was sure he would have been just as possessive as Jasper. But there was no way to explain that to Quill. So I heard you decided not to come out to La Push anymore. That's not because of me, is it? No, Quill, it has nothing to do with you and don't let anyone tell you different. It's strictly between Jake and me. And it's better that way, anyway. I'm a senior, you know, and I have a lot of stuff going on right now. Yeah, sure, we miss you, though. You could still come out every once in a while. You could even bring Mike. We'll see. Okay, Quill. He let it go and went back to the car. I expected them to leave. But Emily got out of the car and came walking towards me. Can we talk for a minute, Bella? She asked. Sure, I said, though I was far from certain this was a good idea. I opened the door and she came into the house. We both sat on the sofa. Would you consider talking to Jake, Bella? Emily asked. No beating around the bush for her. He's been absolutely miserable and he's making the whole pack miserable by extension, since they can't get away from his thoughts. Sam told me what happened and we all understand how you feel and why you did what you did, but Jake was only trying to protect you. If Sam had been there, he might have been able to coach Jake better and stop the whole fiasco before it started. But Jake is the alpha now, so he gets to make the decisions. Unfortunately, he still needs to mature. So sometimes his decisions are not as wise as they could be. But Bella, you know him, he would never do anything to deliberately hurt you. I sighed. I knew Emily was right. Jake wasn't trying to hurt me. But this did not change the fact that he acted in the most hurtful way possible when he tricked me at the party. I made Jasper leave. I said quietly, as though that explained it all. Amazingly, Emily understood. I know, she said as she put her arm around my shoulders. And I can only imagine how painful that must have been for you. I also know how terrified you would have been if he had stayed. I know it's not exactly the same, but I go through a similar fear every time Sam runs patrol. Only unlike you, I can't do anything about it. I can't remove him from a dangerous situation. I leaned into her body heavily and closed my eyes. I was glad that I didn't have to worry about Jasper being injured by the wolves, but it didn't make me feel any better. Do you want to talk about it, Bella? I know the only person you've been able to talk to about him has been Jake and he wants the best for you, but he has a specific point of reference. And he's never been in love before. The ache spread out from my heart throughout the rest of my body and tears pushed against my eyelids. I love Jasper so much, Emily. He is so perfect for me. I feel so empty without him. Suddenly I needed to do more than tell her. I pulled away from her and got up. I'll be right back, I said as I headed up to my room. I dug out the sketch and brought it downstairs, unrolling it to show her. She studied it carefully, looking back and forth from me to the sketch. I met you after you had already left him. It wasn't a question. I figured Sam had told her. Quote, "You're not the same as the girl in this picture, Bella. There is something missing from your eyes. It's never been there the whole time I've known you. Even when I've seen you happy, it never reaches your eyes. When I look into your eyes, I can see that your soul is hollow, like a part of you is missing." I nodded. When I first saw you and Sam, you reminded me so much of this sketch. When you're Tog, Ether, you look so in love, it's as if you were the only two people on Earth. What happened, Bella? You had that love too. I can see it in this sketch. Why did you let it go? I looked at her, surprised. How could she ask that question knowing what he was? His being a vampire isn't a good enough reason for you. She laughed sadly. Bella, I'm in love with a man who shifts into a wolf. A man created to fight vampires. A man who is designed to protect people, but who can be very dangerous to us as well if he ever loses control. Who would know this better than me? Involuntarily, my eyes flew to her scars. Your vampire and the others in his family have worked very hard to avoid hurting humans. His being a vampire is not why you left him. No, I shook my head, then told her about Alice and her vision. And how Jasper refused to see her. Oh, honey, Emily said, I see how he looks at you in this picture, and believe me, he has no intention of going back to any other woman. It's the same look Sam has in his eyes when he looks at me. You have nothing to fear from her. But with you and Sam it's genetic. No offense, Emily, but imprinting lasts forever. You don't have to worry about losing his love. Jasper hasn't imprinted on me. Even if he feels this way about me now, he could change his mind in the future. What you say about imprinting is true, Bella, but you're underestimating the power of love. You haven't imprinted on Jasper, but do you think it is possible for you to ever stop feeling about him the way you do right now? I looked away. I couldn't imagine a time when I wouldn't love Jasper just as strongly as I did right now. But Alice's vision, I said weakly, could have been a fabrication of a woman desperately trying to hold on to someone she lost. Emily finished. And even if it wasn't, you yourself said that it was not a certain outcome, that it could still be changed. And Jasper was trying to change the vision, wasn't he? I nodded. If Jake heard you talking like this, actually trying to convince me to go back to Jasper, he would never forgive you. Jake has more forgiveness in his heart than you think, Bella, and a huge capacity for understanding. He just doesn't have a lot of experience. Right now he sees everything in black and white. He needs to learn about shades of gray. Life is not as simple as werewolf versus vampire versus human. There are nuances to every relationship. When you find a true love, you have to fight for it, not let these black and white concepts get in a way. If Jake ever saw this side of you, if he knew just how in love you were with Jasper and, even more importantly, how in love he was with you, he might change his mind. But he never will see it if you don't forgive him, Bella. Please, just hear out his apology the same way you heard out Quill today, and find it in yourself to give him another chance. I considered Emily's words carefully. I knew she cared about Jacob, and I appreciated how honest she was being about his shortcomings. I wondered if she was as right about his capacity to someday understand exactly how I felt about Jasper. I didn't have her certainty on that point. But that didn't matter. I had ruined things with Jasper and there was no way to fix them, so Jake's compassion and understanding would never be put to the test. In the meantime, I would continue on the path I chose, staying in the human world. And soon it would be time to leave Forks in the supernatural altogether. I had managed to part with Jasper without anger. I should do the same with Jake. All right, I agreed. If he wants to come over here, I will speak with him. But I won't go to La Push anymore, Emily, even if things get resolved between us. I just can't. It would feel like a betrayal of Jasper to hang out with the wolves. I nodded. It's only been a few days, Bella. You could ask Jasper to come back. I'm sure he would come back if he knew you were ready to trust in his love and in your future together. I allowed myself to imagine the possibility, then remembered Jacob. Do you think Jake has magically developed some sort of understanding about human-vampire relations in the last few days? She would allow him to accept the idea of Jasper back in town and together with me. If I asked Jasper back, I might as well forget the apology and pack my bags to leave Forks. Jake would never leave her alone if he thought we were together. I would be the equivalent of me taking a hit out on Jasper. Emily didn't say anything, but I could see her understanding and agreement reflected in her eyes. One step at a time, then, she said. Patch things up with Jake and let him grow up a little, then find a way to bring Jasper back. If it's not too late by then, I said softly. I can't imagine it will be. And you'll never know unless you try. She hugged me close and I responded in kind. Call me if you ever need to talk, she said. I'm not a wolf and I can meet you in Forks. I nodded. Thank you so much, Emily. You'll tell Jake. Quote, of course, she affirmed. And I wouldn't be surprised if you saw him later tonight. Emily read people very well. Not even an hour later I heard a knock on the front door and knew it was Jacob. He looked absolutely terrible, as if he hadn't slept for days. I instantly felt guilty for having been so petty. I invited him in and closed the door, then enveloped him in a hug as best as I could as soon as the door was closed. Bella, he said, I'm so sorry. His head hung to the ground and he hadn't made a move to respond to my hug the way he normally would. I sighed. Jake, let's sit. I pulled him to the sofa and we sat down next to each other. What you did Saturday night really hurt me, and the way you trivialized my feelings when you came back hurt even more. So it took me a while to get over it, but I finally did, and I forgive you. I know you weren't trying to hurt me. I would never, he said earnestly, looking up at me for the first time. I know, so it's all right. What's in the past is in the past. We're fine now, right? So we'll go back to normal. You'll start coming out to La Push again the way you did before. I shook my head. No, Jake, I can't do that. I can't choose werewolves over vampires. You wanted me to be human, and the only way I can truly do that is here, in Forks. Jake looked like he was going to protest, but I kept speaking before he had a chance. You have been an amazing friend and a brother to me, and I love you, but I love Jasper too. I know you can't understand that or accept it, but I can't be with you in the pack knowing you'd kill him and his family if it wasn't for the treaty and if you had half a chance. I asked him to leave for his and your safety, but now that he was forced out of his home, I can't just go back to acting like nothing's changed. I need to be fair. I need to stop seeing you too. I don't want to lose you, Bells, Jake said. He didn't either, and I didn't want to lose either of you. But life's like that. It's not fair and it doesn't always give us what we want. Maybe, in the long run, this will be what's best for all of us. And maybe the ache will never go away. I don't know, but I do know that my life now has to be confined to the human world. We talked for a while longer, Jake using all of his powers of persuasion to convince me that I didn't have to cut myself off from the pack. But my mind was made up and deep inside I knew I was doing the right thing. Eventually we said our goodbye and Jake went back home. I was getting so tired of having to say goodbye to the important people in my life. I started to wonder if it wouldn't be worth it to say goodbye to everyone and just leave, start over on my own somewhere new, with no vampires, wolves, friends or family. Just me against the world. But I knew that my running away wouldn't really solve any problems, just hurt the people I cared about. So as attractive as the option sounded, I dismissed it almost as soon as I thought of it. I had made the choices in my life that led to the problems I faced, and I had to stay and deal with them. The human aspect of my life was actually improving. My relationship with Mike was progressing well. It helped that we genuinely liked each other and had many things in common, so spending time with him was easy and comfortable. We filled both Angela and Ben in on our scheme, and they went along with it without protest, even doubling with us on occasion. Angela told me Ben suspected Mike was using this fake relationship as an excuse to be closer to me, in T. He hopes that this would eventually get me to fall in love with him, but if that was the case, then he was the master of subtlety. I saw no evidence of any feelings or expectations from him beyond friendship. Mostly Mike and I hung out together the way any friends would. We did our homework together, read, watched movies and some TV. He even got me to play some video games, and had me wishing that there was a pinball machine somewhere in Forks so I could share that pastime with him, though in the end I decided that pinball would have reminded me too much of Jasper. Surprisingly, the hardest part of the charade was handling our respective parents. Both Charlie and the Newtons approved of our match, and it was difficult to keep lying to them, especially when they wanted to include our significant other in family activities. I was happy when Renee insisted I come out to Phoenix for Thanksgiving, so that I had a reason to decline Mrs. Newton's request that Charlie and I join the Newtons for the holiday meal. I knew Charlie would have much preferred hanging out with Billy and his other friends at La Push watching sports, anyway, and I wouldn't have been able to do that with him had I stayed in Forks. I spent a bit more time exploring colleges and culinary schools, and found some programs that would allow me to study both culinary arts and restaurant management. I thought this combination of disciplines would be easier to sell to my parents, and it would provide a more versatile experience when it came to looking for work after school was done. My conversation with Ben's cousin was very helpful, though it also made me aware of the difficulties women faced in that profession. Still, I wasn't about to let sexism scare me away from doing something I really loved. The only real fear I had of culinary schools was trying to master knife skills. Even thinking about it reminded me of cooking with Jasper, and how reluctant he had been to let me hold a knife, much less use it. However, I was convinced with a lot of practice even someone as clumsy as me could be taught to properly handle these essential cooking implements. Charlie pulled me out of school the Wednesday before Thanksgiving and took a day off work so he could drive me to Seattle for my flight to Phoenix. As usual, we didn't talk much during the drive to the airport. I had mixed feelings about going back. I was looking forward to seeing Renee and Phil and maybe some of my other friends, but I also remembered that the last time I was in Phoenix was when I had to be rescued from James. It was my first serious brush with potential immortality. It was also the first time I spent any time alone with Jasper. I remembered all the care he took to make me feel as calm and comfortable as possible, the way he tried to help me feel more self-confident and less guilty about placing all the Cullens in danger. Even then, before we were even friends, he was taking care of me and looking out for me. And I've repaid him time and time again by cowardly running away. I thought back to my conversation with Emily. She was right. I shouldn't wait much longer. Jasper and I had been through too much together and I trusted him too much to lose him over a stupid vision that may never even come true. I made up my mind that when I returned to Forks I would talk to Jake and let him know that I would ask Jasper to come back. I would secure Jasper's safety and then I would beg him to forgive me for the pain I've put him through with my foolish insecurities. Maybe if I got really lucky he will have meant what he told M. Ian would be willing to forgive me and come back. At the airport Charlie hugged me, told me gruffly that he'd miss me, and reminded me that he'd pick me up at the airport Sunday. And then I was off to sunny Phoenix, when even in November the weather was nicer than on the sunniest summer day in Forks. Renee and Phil welcomed me warmly and we had a wonderful holiday weekend together. They regaled me with stories of their time on the road traveling with Phil's team, and at night we watched our favorite movies. Renee and I went shopping together on Black Friday and I allowed her to buy me some the girly clothes she was always trying to get me to wear. To her surprise, I didn't even protest when she insisted on purchasing a new set of slinky pajamas for me at Victoria's Secret, and I shocked Ed her by expressing an interest in buying other items as well. We ate lunch at the mall food court, where in her typical unabashed fashion she grilled me about my new boyfriend, whom she assumed was the reason behind the sudden interest in clothes and lingerie. I blushed furiously as I tried to convince her that Mike and I were not at that stage of our relationship yet, but that it wouldn't hurt to plan ahead. I wished I had been able to tell her that Mike would never even see the receipts for these purchases, much less the clothes themselves, and that I was really buying these in the hopes of a reunion with Jasper. But that conversation would have to wait for another visit. While I enjoyed my time in Phoenix and loved seeing Renee and Phil, I was glad when Sunday morning came and I boarded the plane for Seattle. In my mind I had gone over and over my conversation with Jake, prepared answers to all objections and outlined all my demands. I hoped he would be reasonable and issue an order not to harm Jasper based simply on the fact that I was in love with him and needed to be with him, but if he refused, I was prepared to play hardball and to threaten to leave Forks. It wouldn't be a bluff. As much as I loved Charlie, I needed to be with Jasper more, and if Forks proved to be too dangerous for him then I would have to leave. By the time the plane stopped at the jetway in Seattle, I was ready to put my plan in action. Coming out of the restricted airport area, I was surprised to see Ben instead of Charlie. I was instantly alarmed. What's going on, Ben? Is Charlie okay? Ben's grave face was not at all reassuring. Your father's fine, Bella. He couldn't come because he's organizing the search. The search? What search? Ben took my hand and led me to the seats. You may want to sit down, Bella. What are you talking about, Ben? What's going on? Where's Angela? I was getting slightly hysterical. Angela's fine. She's watching the twins. Please, won't you sit? I sat down, realizing that he wouldn't tell me anything unless I complied with his request. All right, I'm sitting. Now, please Ben, tell me what's going on. What search? Bella, Mike's missing. He went out for a jog this morning and never came home. No one has seen or heard from him. He just vanished. The police can't do anything officially until he's been gone for 24 hours, but your dad Moby listed a lot of people and they're doing informal searches. They're afraid he's been kidnapped, but so far there's been no ransom demand. My hand flew to my mouth and my eyes were as wide as saucers. This couldn't be happening. There had to be a mistake. This kind of stuff just didn't happen in Forks. But I knew that was wrong. This kind of stuff happened everywhere, and worse. Kidnapping could very well be the best of all possible scenarios. Let's get your bags and go home. Maybe by the time we get there they'll have some good news. I got lucky to have my bag be one of the first ones off the plane. We grabbed it and practically ran for Ben's car. We were both extremely tense and didn't talk much on the drive back. Periodically Ben would call Angela for an update, but her response was always the same, no news. Ben dropped me off in front of my house. The central location for all search activities is the parking lot at Newton's store. I'm going over there now. Join us after you unpack, if you'd like. Thanks, Ben. I'll be there soon. And thanks for picking me up at the airport. That was really nice of you. No problem, Bella. I was glad to help. See you later. I walked into he house and placed my luggage on the floor next to the door. I walked to the kitchen, intending to grab something to eat before heading to the Newton store to join in the search efforts. A blinking light on the answering machine distracted me and I veered off my path to listen to the message. I reasoned it would have been something important dealing with Mike or the search. Hello, Bella, I fro. WNED at the eerily familiar deep voice on the machine. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk longer the last time I was in town. Suddenly I recognized the voice and gasped in horror. There was no mistaking it. This was Laurent. I thought it was quite a shame. The recording continued, and now I'm ready to remedy that situation. I know you are just coming back to town and will probably be very busy. So to give you a little incentive to contact me, I just want you to know I have some information about the friend who was with you the last time we saw each other. If you are interested in CA, Ching up please call I grabbed the pad and pencil and jotted down the number with a shaking hand. I sat down and stared straight ahead. Laurent had information about Mike. I broke out in a cold sweat and shivered. Without needing to talk to anyone, I knew for certain Laurent had kidnapped Mike. Kidnapped or worse. Oh God, I sobbed. Even when I tried to be human, I brought supernatural danger to everyone around me. I looked at the number I had written on the piece of paper. I didn't want to call, but I knew I had no choice. If there was any way I could still help save Mike, I had to do it. I pushed the button slowly, dreading what awaited when the connection went through. Hello. His voice was deep and mellow. Hello, Laurent, I stammered. Bella, how nice to hear from you. We've been anxiously awaiting your call. Quote, yes, Bella, I'm here with your friend, Mike, and also with someone else you might recall meeting last spring. My dear friend, Victoria. I remember Victoria, I whispered. Oh, she'll be so pleased. In fact, she would like to speak with you. Hold on for one moment. Hello, Bella, I heard Victoria's high, almost childlike voice. It's so good to know I made an impression the last time we met. It's been much too long, but you see, I had to take some time to prepare for this meeting. I knew she expected me to ask about her preparations, but my throat was so constricted with fear I knew I wouldn't be able to speak. Oh, come on, Bella, don't be dull. This is supposed to be a fun game for me and you're refusing to play nice. Well, no matter. There'll be plenty of time for me to really play when we see each other in person. There's no reason for us to see each other in person, I croaked out, earning a tinny laugh from Victoria. Oh, but you see, there is. How else am I going to get my revenge for your mate's murder of my James? You must see how imperative it is that I see you and make you suffer a very slow and painful death. I gasped. Why are you telling me this? I asked weakly. Why would I agree to see you knowing you plan to kill me? Finally, a good question, Bella. Maybe you're not as dumb as you looked last spring. But I have an answer for you. You will come to see me, because if you don't, your little friend Mike will suffer the fate I intended for you. And then, if you still refuse to come, we'll move on to all your other friends and your dear dad. One by one, and if we finally run out, then we'll come and get you anyway. You can run, Bella, but you can't hide. And the only way to avoid us hurting everyone you love is for you to come to us willingly. I was trembling so violently I had to sit. I couldn't believe this was happening to me again. How do I know Mike is still alive? I want to speak with him. My voice shook as I spoke. Victoria laughed again. Don't you trust me, Bella? That's rather insulting. Lucky for you, I am feeling generous today. Here's your little friend. Bella. I heard Mike's voice. I nearly cried out in relief. He was still alive. Then I remembered the trick James played on me. Mike, listen to me, this is very important. What was the score of the basketball game with LaPush? He told me the score. Sounding very confused, but confirming that it was him on the phone, not some recording. What's going on, Bella? Who are these people? Is this some sort of a joke? 'Cause it's really not funny. I could hear Victoria's laughter in the background, indicating her disagreement with Mike's assessment. Oh, God, he still didn't understand, which means that they still hadn't hurt him. There was still time to save him. Yes, Mike, it's a joke, but you can't let on, okay? Just stay there and play along and wait for me. I'm coming to get you. How very touching, Bella. Victoria had clearly taken the phone away from Mike. Hurry, dear, we're all waiting for you at Edward's home. Don't take too long and don't bother bringing anyone with you, unless you want to cause more people pain. She terminated the connection and I replaced the phone in its cradle. So this was it. After cheating death so many times this year, I have finally arrived at the end of the road. There was no escape. My best hope was that no one else would have to suffer with me. I looked around the room. There was no way and no time to say goodbye to Charlie or Jake or any of my friends. If things worked out for the best, I would have a chance to say goodbye to Mike, and that was the best I could expect. My glance fell on my bag and I remembered the cell phone, still charged, resting at its bottom. As if pulled by some invisible force, I got up, walked to the bag and took out the phone. I knew I shouldn't, but I had to call him. I had to hear his voice one more time and I had to keep my promise. I flipped open the phone and pressed 1. Bella. He sounded as though he didn't quite believe it could have been me. Jasper. I whispered his name. As much as I wanted this, to hear his voice one last time and say a proper goodbye. It was still so hard. Bella. Darlin', what's wrong? Even from far away he could tell that I wasn't myself. It's nothing, Jasper. I just wanted to tell you that I love you and that those weeks we had together were the most beautiful weeks of my life and I wouldn't trade them for anything. And also that I was a fool, and I realize that now. I should have never let Alice come between us. I should have trusted you. And if I could change things, I would. And I wanted to tell you that I want you to be happy, and to hear your voice and say goodbye. Goodbye. He sounded panicked. What are you talking about, Bella? Why are you saying goodbye? I hesitated. I shouldn't be telling him what was happening, but he was far away somewhere and he wouldn't be able to do anything. So it was safe to tell him. Plus I had promised him that I would call if I was in danger, and I really did not want to break that last promise. He would have hated it if I hadn't called him to tell him the truth. Bella. Alice has been trying to contact me. What's going on? What aren't you telling me? Alice must have had a vision of the outcome. I wondered where she was and if she and Jasper had had a chance to talk yet. Bella. What's happening? He sounded like he was driving. I had a brief flash of a memory of him behind the wheel of the shooting star. Bella. Damn it, talk to me. He sounded more and more frantic. I took a deep breath. It's Victoria. She's here, in Forks, with Laurent. Apparently she's trying to avenge James's death and decided to kill me, mate for mate. I was in Phoenix for Thanksgiving and she couldn't get me, so she took Mike. And if I go to her now, she'll let him go. No, he shouted. Don't go to her, Bella. She'll never let Mike go. He might as well be dead already. If you go she'll just kill you both. Get in your truck and get as far away from Forks as possible. Go to Seattle to the marina and wait for me there. I can't, Jasper. Mike is alive. I spoke with him a few minutes ago. It wasn't just a video this time. My face twisted with the memory of the trick James played on me in the spring. If there is any chance that he can live through this, I have to take it. He has nothing to do with any of this. He can't die, Jasper. I can't just let him die. Belle, please listen to me. It won't make a difference. Now that Mike has seen her she cannot let him live. You going to her will not change this. She will kill him and you. You can still save yourself. You must save yourself. For me, darlin', you have to live for me. I can't lose you so soon after I found you. Especially after you said the things you just said about Alice. Call Jake. Tell him what's happening. Let the wolves deal with the vampires and head straight to Seattle. I closed my eyes. He didn't understand. I wasn't explaining myself well enough. Jasper, if I don't show up she'll not only kill Mike, she promised to kill Charlie and Angela and everyone I love. And I won't call Jacob. Because this is not the Pax fight. Victoria and Laurent are at your house, on Cullen land. I will not expose the wolves to danger for something that doesn't involve them. I wouldn't have called you either. Except that I promised I would and I wanted to hear your voice one last time and tell you that I love you and say goodbye. No, he roared, Bella, I love you. You cannot do this. You must run. I love you too, Jasper, I said quietly. Please be happy. I hit the end button over his continuous loud protests. I felt the phone start to vibrate and knew it was Jasper calling me back. I turned off the power and threw the phone into my bag. I took an extra few minutes to bring my bag upstairs to my room. I didn't want Charlie to have to face that when he came home to find me gone. I wanted to leave a note, but I couldn't think of what to say. I looked around my room one last time and headed out to meet my end. An overwhelming feeling of dread filled me. as I got into the truck and started driving to Jasper's house. I had once been willing to die in place of my mother, and I was just as willing now to die in place of my friend. But I couldn't help wonder why I was continually forced to make such life and death decisions. It was as thought fate had predetermined my death and resented my cheating by making the sacrifices more and more demanding. I pulled onto the Cullen's long driveway and drove the last several miles with even my thoughts silent. I wasn't ready to die, but I couldn't live knowing the sacrifices that would be suffered by others if I chose to be selfish. So death was the only option. When I got to the clearing in front of the house, I pulled the truck to a stop. I got out, not knowing what to do next. We're in the back. I heard Victoria call as if she were welcoming a barbecue guest. "Won't you join us, Bella?" I walked slowly to the back of the house. The scene I saw there was as bizarre as it was terrifying. Victoria and Laurent stood side by side, with Mike between them. Victoria had her hand on Mike's left arm in a gesture that looked friendly enough, but I knew allowed for no movement. Behind them stood 3 other vampires, cowering low to the ground. Based on their subservience, I had to guess that these vampires had been created by Victoria, which made all 3 of them newborns. Well, Bella. You actually came," Victoria said, pulling me out of my thoughts. "And so promptly, too. You must actually feel something for this worthless human." Victoria tightened her grip on Mike's left arm and then twisted. I could hear the cracking bone followed by Mike's howl of pain. "No, stop. You promised," I cried. Victoria laughed and tossed Mike aside like a doll. "I did promise, didn't I? And I am so flattered that you actually believed me. Unfortunately for you and your little friend, I lied. When I'm done with you, he's going to make a nice little snack for my new coven. But for now, it's your turn." I watched as she started to walk towards me. Laurent, who up until now had been standing by her side, suddenly launched himself at me. I closed my eyes, preparing for the first bite. I felt him land in front of me, but nothing thereafter. I carefully opened my eyes to see Laurent positioned in a protective crouch in front of me. I saw Victoria stop, a mixture of fury and disbelief twisting her face into an unattractive grimace. "Have you lost your mind, Laurent?" she screeched. "Step out of the way and let me have her," she commanded. Her new mate spared my life, Victoria, in large part based on her request. "I cannot let you harm her. I've been with you all along to make sure you don't harm her." Laurent's voice was typically pleasant, betraying no stress over the deadly situation. "I can't believe you were foolish enough to come here. Run for the truck, Bella, and for God's sake get out of here." Laurent growled at me low enough for only me to hear. "I can hold her back for a while to give you time to get away." I turned to run, but then remembered Mike. I turned back to see him lift himself up from where he had landed and run headlong into Victoria in an attempt to stop her advance. I heard a sickening crack as his body collided with Victoria's hardness. She grasped Mike's shoulders and held him up away from her effortlessly. "Looking for something, Bella?" Victoria asked in a falsely sweet voice. "You wouldn't want to leave your friend behind. As for you," she was speaking to Laurent now and her voice was hard and cold, "I'll show you what I do with traitors. Riley, Bree, Frederick," she screeched, "rid me of this human lover." The 3 vampires who up to now had been cowering behind Victoria in subservient poses, rose as if waking up from slumber. Even from where I was standing I saw their vivid crimson eyes and heard the snarls exploding from their chests as they started running in our direction. "Bella, run," Laurent commanded, and this time I didn't hesitate. Knowing there was nothing I could do for Mike while he was in Victoria's grasp, I ran as fast as I could towards my truck. Behind me I heard yowling and screeching and then the horrible, metallic sound that I knew was the sound of vampire flesh being shredded and torn. I turned my head slightly to look back, but the lapse in concentration caused me to trip, and I fell onto the hard ground, my ankle twisting painfully. I tried to get up but the ankle failed and I fell again, slamming my knee into the ground. I cried out in pain and looked back to see the 3 vampires ripping apart the remains of Laurent's body. I pulled myself to my hands and knees and, doing my best to ignore the shooting pain in my knee and ankle, I started crawling away from the horrifying scene. I heard pounding feet behind me and knew one or more of the vampires had finished with Laurent and were now pursuing me. I tried to move faster, but the pain in my knee prevented any increase in speed. I felt a cold, hard hand wrap around my twisted ankle and screamed in agony as I was yanked backwards. My arms and knees collapsed and I was flat on my face and belly, being dragged along the ground back to Victoria. The stones and rocks on the ground scraped my cheeks, chin and palms as I desperately tried to grip anything I could with my hands to free myself from the dragging force or, at the very least, slow down my return to Victoria. I began to hear more snarling, and wondered if I was finally starting to hallucinate. Then the grip on my ankle was gone and I was no longer moving. I lay still for a moment, not knowing what to do or think. I slowly pulled myself to my hands and knees again and took another look back. I saw that where before the clearing only held the vampires and Mike, they were now joined by 4 giant wolves, including Jake. 3 of the wolves were stalking the vampires who had attacked Laurent, and who were now clearly confused and disoriented by the creatures before them. The vampires' vivid red eyes kept darting from the wolves to each other to Victoria, obviously looking to her for orders. Victoria, however, was busy using Mike as a shield to defend herself from an attack by a viciously snarling Jake. Suddenly Victoria's face lit up with a bright smile. Holding Mike's body in front of her with her left arm, she curled the fingers of her right hand into talons and dragged them across his chest, ripping his shirt and opening 5 deep gashes. Mike screamed and his body convulsed. Hen fell limp in Victoria's arms. We will continue in next part.